Good morning and welcome to day one of ACSE for October 2025. I am not Chair Sarah Notch. I am Vice Chair Heather Snipes. We are wishing Chair Notch well. And I just want to say good morning to everyone who is joining us in person and online. We're really excited about today. We've got some really great presentations, and we are going to go ahead and get started with our day by a roll call. Denise, can you facilitate that, please?
Yes, good morning. Chair Notch, Commissioner Snipes, Commissioner Graff,
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Present.
Commissioner Liu, Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Michaud,
Present.
Commissioner Oyakawa, Commissioner Ruiz,
Present.
Commissioner Sorter, Commissioner Scott,
Present.
Commissioner Wilkins,
Here.
Commissioner Feimer.
Here.
That's roll call. We have quorum.
Fantastic. Okay, so before we get started with our day and go over our day one agenda, I'm going to ask everyone to please stand and join me in our flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Before we get started, let's go over what we're going to have as an experience today. I do want to make sure before we get into the review of the agenda, we're just going to do a quick accessibility check just to remind everyone to please take care of your personal needs throughout the meeting and make sure that you have access to all of our resources. We have the box available to everyone. Make sure that you're speaking at a good pace for our interpreters, which is a nice reminder for me as well. And then we're going to make sure that our name is announced prior to speaking. And I'm going to ask for a volunteer to keep track of comments coming from the dais. So if there's anyone up here who's super compelled to do that during presentations and comments, speak now. Otherwise, we will do it ourselves and just make sure that you say your name before you speak. Okay, so today we have our first item at 10:15 is going to be seating of our new student commissioner. Michelle is here with us. We're very excited. So that is going to be how we get to start our day. Item 2 is going to be Pathways to Partnership, which is really exciting. They're going to be joining us here at 11 o'clock. Then we've got lunch at 11:45, so we'll have that break. And then when we come back, we have general public comment at 1 o'clock, followed by a presentation by Journify, who is going to speak to us about artificial intelligence at 1:15. Then we're going to be joined by the High Quality IEPs group at 2 o'clock. We'll have another break, 15-minute break. And then at 3 o'clock, CDE will be sharing the annual performance report and state performance plan. Then at 3:45, we'll have another period of general public comment where anyone can call in. And then at 4 o'clock, we will adjourn for the day. There are ways for members of the public to participate in our meetings. And Denise, is this where we get to share the slide now, or is that something that we do later? Okay, so if we can share the slide now just to let everyone know how you can participate, there's a dial-in number, which is 717-908-1926. It will ask for a participant access code, which is 1166083, followed by the pound symbol. And you can also email at ACSE@cde.ca So you can send in an email with your public comment, and then also if you're here in the room in person, we'll ask when we get to that part of the presentation or the agenda item that you'll line up in the room, and we'll be able to call on you. Each public commenter who's tuning in will have 1 minute, and we will make sure that we make space for that and give time for our commissioners online as well. So we will monitor our online participants as well. Okay, I think that with that, we get to move into item 1, which is our seating of our newest student commissioner. So I believe that State Board member Allison Yashimoto Tauri will do the honors. If we can have Michelle join her up in front.
Good morning. We'll try to do it this way so that we could hear each other. So, welcome. So, good morning, everybody. I'm Allison Yoshimoto Tari, the State Board of Education Liaison, and it's my pleasure today to read the oath to Michelle Feimer. Thank you. Okay, so please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Michelle Feimer,
I, Michelle Feimer,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which
the duties upon which
I am about to enter.
I am about to enter.
Congratulations, and thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
On the Advisory Commission. Thank you. We have a printed certificate for you, Michelle, that we will sign with you later, and congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Michelle. We're so excited to have you with us. We will be able to welcome Helena, our other student commissioner, in our February meeting. She had a conflict in her schedule for this meeting, but we're just so happy to have you here, and just know everyone here is someone that you can lean on for support. We're here to make sure that this experience is really great for you. I just wanted to ask you, and no pressure at all if you say no, would you like to say anything to the group about yourself? Would you like to share anything or about this experience? Yeah. Putting her on the spot, that's not fair. Now I want to open it up to any other commissioners for a welcoming message to Michelle.
Commissioner Feimer, just want to welcome you and acknowledge your courage for being here and stepping up for your state and for our community of people with disabilities. It's an honor to have you here.
Commissioner Graff. Yes, I want to say welcome, and we really do want to hear your voice. Please, don't hesitate. Don't be, we're here to listen to you. And so we're just thrilled to have you as a part of our group here. So welcome. Thank you.
Commissioner Michaud, good morning, welcome. We are so excited to have you here, Commissioner Feimer. We're all very nice. If you have any questions, please ask us. We are here to make you comfortable and feel welcome, and so welcome.
Good morning, Director Heenan, the Director of Special Education for CDE. So happy you're here, and I want to echo Commissioner Graff's sentiment of your voice truly, truly matters here. So I look forward to working with you and helping us lead the charge of improving outcomes for students with disabilities.
Commissioner Scott.
Great to have you. Welcome, and we look forward to working with you. It's great to have a student on the commission, so welcome.
We have Commissioner Hamilton online.
Good morning and welcome to the crew, Commissioner Fleimer. We're very happy to have you here. And I just wanted to say, as a commissioner who has been on the commission for 5 years now, and not someone who rolls in the circle of education, I'm a parent of a student with disability. There are a lot of acronyms and a lot of jargon that are used and complex things. And even after 5 years, every single meeting, there are words and terms and things that come up that I still am trying to get a grasp of. So don't be afraid to ask any questions you may have, or to explain things if there's something that comes up that you don't understand, because it's a lot of information and there are no silly questions. And like Commissioner Michaud said, we're all here to help and happy to answer any questions and provide any input on anything. So welcome.
Commissioner Wilkins, I just want to echo what everyone else has said. I'm also a parent commissioner, and I learned so much from my daughter. I learned so much from the student commissioners that we had last time. I'm looking forward to hearing your perspectives and to learn from you as well. And welcome, and ask lots of questions because we're all learning together. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone in the room who would like to come up and make a comment or share a welcoming message to our new commissioner?
Is there a button? I think it's open. It is on. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Marcela Chagoya. I am a classroom educator of 25 years, special educator, and I'm also the California Federation of Teachers Special Education Services chair. And as a student, you're still a student, I do want to welcome you because student voices are so important. Student perspective and student stories. And I'm just hopeful to hear that and share that as well. And just welcome this experience, and advocating for our most marginalized communities is super important. So welcome. Thank you.
Yay, Michelle, the day has come. I am Dee Torrington, the co-president of the California Transition Alliance. We were lucky enough to find Michelle in our recruitment efforts, and so happy to see her in place today. So I'm so excited for you, Michelle, and I know you're going to do great things. Thanks.
Okay, are we going to put it out to public comment for call-in? Do we have any callers?
There are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you. Just want to give a special thank you to the California Transition Alliance for this process. It's very thoughtful, it's very warm, and I hope that Michelle felt that in the interview process, that it was really supportive, and their partnership is really meaningful to us in this process, and just have to give a shout out to them because it's a lot of work, but it's so meaningful and it's so needed. So thank you so much to California Transition Alliance. And we are far ahead of schedule already. So I'm looking to our friends for some guidance on this, whether or not we want to continue moving ahead of schedule. I do see our Pathways to Partnerships people in our room. Are you ready to go, Veronica? Oh, they're ready to go. Okay, if you're okay starting early on this, I know we're early. would love to have you join us. It looks like we're getting things set up right now, so there might just be a slight pause. So while we're getting things set up for this first presentation, I just want to welcome our partners from Pathways to Partnership. They're going to be sharing an update of the statewide system of support initiative. They are a special education resource lead focused on alternate dispute resolution, or ADR. They're going to be giving us an update on the goals and progress of their initiative and its second year, and it's going to focus on that collaboration with California Department of Education, Special Education Constituent Support Services Unit, and it's going to include their work in direct technical support. So we're really looking forward to hearing from you, and as soon as we have your presentation ready and you're ready to go, we're ready for you.
There's a button, sorry. Can you hear us now? Yeah, okay, sorry about that. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Dr. Heenan. Nice to see you all again. Yeah, what a wonderful introduction, Heather. It's like you stole my glory here. No, I'm just kidding. We're happy to be here and provide an update to commissioners and all of those in the public listening, families, educators alike. We are Pathways to Partnership. We are a special education resource lead in the statewide system of support. A lot of acronyms there, so I'm going to spell them all out. And we're going to introduce our team, and then I'll have Denise come up and introduce her team. I'm Veronica Coates, Assistant Superintendent for Tehama County Special Education Local Plan Area, and one of the leadership team members for our project, our initiative. I'll pass it off.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for having us today. I am Aubrey Folk. I am one of the directors for Pathways to Partnership and also in Tehama County with Tehama County SELPA and Department of Education. I'm so honored to be here today.
Good morning, commissioners. Dr. Heenan. So happy to be here. My name is Stacy Alvey, and I'm also a co-director with Pathways to Partnership and a director of Family and School Collaboration for the Ventura County SELPA and the Ventura County Office of Education.
And my name is Denise Lambert. I am with the California Department of Education. I am an educational consultant, and I work closely with Pathways to Partnership.
Hello, my name is Sharday Pickens, and I work for the California Department of Education in the Special Education Division, and I am over the Constituent Support Services Unit.
And we're missing my colleague, Joanna Delegata. She is the Associate Superintendent of Ventura County SELPA and just wasn't able to get here because of some interesting travel things that are happening in our state this morning and yesterday. And we also have two of our staff members that work on both within both of our SELPAs, Michelle Kinner and Peter Agari, in the audience, I'm sorry, right behind us. For Q&A once we get to that point. Because we really wanted to bring the people that do the actual work. It's nice for me to come and present and be the face of this, but I really want to have the folks that are actually doing the work with our partners at CDE to be able to answer your questions if you have them.
Okay, today's objective is to really explore how Pathways to Partnership supports dispute prevention and resolution through collaboration with the California Department of Education, and how Pathways to Partnership offers direct assistance and tools to families, students, schools, and other agencies. Here is a quick look at our agenda that we'll be covering today. We're going to go over key networks and supports. We're going to talk about some professional development, how important our community of practices and our regional leads are, as well as sharing some data from the California Department of Education and their Constituent Support Services Office, and then finishing with some Q&A. So we'll give some time for people to ask questions to those that are working in the field. This is just a quick little overview. Pathways to Partnership, like Veronica said, is a special education resource lead in alternative dispute resolution and prevention. We support students, families, and educators by fostering trust, collaboration, and student-centered conflict resolution.
Okay, so the development of our regional implementation leads across California has really been essential for building local capacity and for ensuring success and sustainability. By having leads in different regions throughout the state, solutions can be tailored to local needs and foster collaboration between the regions. This approach empowers local teams, it builds long-term capacity, and it ensures sustainability by creating a network of local leaders who can move the work forward. So projects like our communities of practice build collective culture and capacity to prevent and resolve conflicts. We know that we are all lifelong learners. We know that as educators and parents and students, we all have more to learn about special education and conflict resolution. So we provide trainings and coaching to local dispute resolution offices and families. We want to all work together and add to that shared knowledge base. So again, as I mentioned, we're all lifelong learners, and so we've provided and developed professional developments. We provide professional development on the continuum of alternative dispute resolution and helping regions and districts with their systems design. We are focused on providing facilitated IEP training. We've been bringing those trainings throughout the state in a trainer of trainer models. We want to be able to have that work move forward. So now all 11 regions in the state have received that training at least once. So we know we have trainers in each of those regions. And we're focusing on providing makeup sessions for those areas that maybe missed the initial session or weren't able to participate. So through that model, we're building capacity, we're providing coaching and mentoring, and we want to ensure that staff feel that they've been trained, that they feel confident in delivering the services moving forward. We've also provided professional development on trauma-informed mediation, and we've supported our individuals throughout the state becoming trained mediators and sponsored those trainings so that we could have an impact and mitigate some of those costs, encouraging more people to participate in that, particularly in areas that have not been able to access the training in the past.
We are all part of the statewide system of support with students at the center. Pathways to Partnership has collaborated with other special education resource leads in California, like high quality IEPs, like you'll get to hear later today, like Open Access, ACSE. There are so many amazing initiatives out there. These are two of our resources that we co-developed together. The first one is the IEP Success Companion Guide. This is a very robust companion guide that will support and give access to anyone that gets their hands on it. Parents, educators, brand new school psychologists, brand new admins, students. It's a resource guide that is meant to be a companion to an IEP, not just the meeting, but the entire process before the IEP, during the IEP, and after, the most important part, the implementation, the communication, the ongoing relationships that really make an IEP successful. The second resource here is one of our newer ones that we collaborated with multiple different special education resource leads. We have Open Access, High Quality IEPs, and Project Muse, which is the multilingual special education resource lead in California. Fostering collaborative IEP processes. This resource guide is a little bit shorter than the Success Companion Guide, but we've identified 6 barriers after giving the community, mostly parents, families, and students, access to give us their feedback on what they think the barriers are for IEPs. So we identified just the top 6. There were more, but we focused on 6. And we wanted to give a resource for each of those barriers. So in this guide, you click on the resource or you click on the barrier, and then there's a resource or two that goes along with it. So this has already been helping a lot of educators and parents, and we're really happy to continue the collaboration with the rest of the statewide system of support.
All right, and we're happy to announce the annual Alternative Dispute Resolution Conference for Special Education that is jointly put on by our initiative, Pathways to Partnership, and the Special Education Local Plan Area Administrators of California, otherwise known as SELPA. And we really have integrated into their planning committee to ensure access to families, students, advocates. So it's not just an educator conference, but it's a conference that everyone can go to and feel a part of the team. That's what we want to model. We've also taken a lot of Dr. Heenan's mission and vision for her department as she has shifted some of the culture around dispute, and with our work with our partners at the Constituent Support Services Office, really embedded all of those themes of partnership into the overall theme of the conference to ensure that we show that we're all working together. So I think that's a really important, powerful thing. This conference has continued to grow over the years, and we've embedded those layers so that everyone kind of feels a part of that system rather than a parent going to an educator conference, if that makes sense. And now we'll get into our work with California Department of Education, our statewide technical assistance partnership with them. We've already presented to you last year, but a brief overview is this really came about with Dr. Heenan's vision of how to get support earlier and in a preventative model to parents. You've heard her stories about when she started working here. She really just wanted to make sure that folks could call in and get someone, a person, and really work through those issues or disputes, or just getting a resource sometimes, just knowing where to go. And our partnership with that Constituent Support Services Office really is the foundation of when there's something going on that needs some relationship building. So this office really works hand in hand with our team on a daily basis to ensure that they have the support they need to get parents or families. LEAs are calling in, districts are calling in as well, to provide that early dispute resolution. We also want to, of course, increase capacity building, the effectiveness. We want to see resolution earlier, and we want to see that participation, kind of that cycle of the system of support working for not only CDE, but at the direct LEA and family level. Kind of got ahead of myself, of course. It provides, of course, we provide technical assistance. We played a significant role in co-developing, co-designing that office with CDE. That was really fun. We actually met yesterday to kind of do like our yearly update. We were in the same room, and Denise was remembering like our big kind of like vision board when we first started and what it looked like and how far we've come in such a short amount of time. So to make that vision, that process map, so to speak, come to action. That was a very exciting time to know that what we intended to build is actually occurring in action right now. We really started as a pilot. We didn't really have anything to go from. It was just like, let's just try it. Let's see if it works. And we started seeing results pretty fast, and that assisted the CDE into really developing and building out their preventative model rather than just layering in these supports when there's an actual formal complaint. And of course, our goal is always to figure out how to get this data, to get the data integration. Not only what is happening at this level, which we would consider the kind of top tier, off the tier or tier 3 level of supports, because if that, if there's a family calling in or a district calling in saying they need assistance outside of their regular model, that is at that continuum, needing more support. We are collecting data. You're going to hear from the CDE team around some of that really exciting data. Our goal this year is really to explore how to get the data of the work that is happening before that. All of the good work we know that happens at districts and with families, that we just don't have a system to integrate those results or those metrics into yet. So we're really exploring on how to have a system everyone could enter that data. This is still me, right? You haven't come, or is this you? Yes, yeah. Like, I mean, I'm happy to talk.
So I wanted to kind of share the work that we're doing here at the Constituent Support Services Office. Our goal is basically to enhance communication and provide meaningful support to families navigating the special education system. We know that parents and families often face challenges and when trying to advocate for their child's needs, and our office exists to make sure that they feel heard, valued, and supported throughout that process. Some key functions of our office. First, we're ensuring that families feel heard. When families call in, we want to give them that time to kind of share what's going on. We want them to feel like we want to work with them and that we are embracing the needs that they have. So we really, really focus on trying to listen and acknowledge that we're hearing what they're saying. We also address issues as early as possible before they become major disputes. We're promoting equity outcomes for all students with disabilities. And we're using resources to transform our conflicts in special education as handled across the state. And we're also developing a statewide system of support that emphasizes dispute prevention as much as dispute resolution. In addition to that, we have a vetting process that when families call into our office, we carefully assess the need and their case, and some concerns may be resolved directly with that first person that they speak with. If not, we're referring them to the local district, to county offices, or to the SELPA. Others may require a referral to our agencies that we work with, such as Pathways to Partnership, but also to our what's now called the Dispute Resolution Unit, formerly known as the Complaints Resolution Unit. Our goal, once again, is basically to guide the families to the right place quickly so that they don't feel lost or overwhelmed in the system. We're also working collaboratively with the SELPAs, and this is a major piece, so we're reaching out to the SELPAs and identifying that, look, we have this family or this person who's expressing some concerns, and we try and make that connection with them. The SELPA leads play a key role in ensuring that families and LEAs benefit from our resources. And by working together, we can streamline resolution efforts, reduce delays, and provide more effective responses. And once again, we also partner with Pathways to Partnership, which provides the technical assistance when additional support is needed. In some cases, families will be linked directly with the SELPA for additional guidance through Pathways to Partnership. I'm going to turn it over to Sharday.
Hello, so we'll go over some of the data from the Constituent Support Services Unit. So this pie chart shows the distribution of how families and stakeholders contact our office. Nearly half of all calls, 47%, comes through the dedicated helpline, and this reflects the importance of providing direct and accessible support. The main line accounts for 39% of calls, showing that the general inquiries are still a significant portion of our interactions. Other contact methods include direct calls, which is about 7%, emails, which is 4%, and unknown sources at 3%, highlighting the need for clear communication channels. Overall, these numbers demonstrate that families value having multiple ways to reach us, and we continue to work on making each interaction efficient and supportive. All right, then we have the call topics. This chart provides insight into the types of issues families bring to our office, the largest category being the conflict resolution, which represents 35% of contacts, and this aligns with our role in resolving disputes and preventing escalation. Other notable topics include information requests at 19% and IEP/504 related concerns at 15%. Smaller percentages involve resources and services at 3% and private schools at 1%. Although small, they remain important areas for specialized guidance. The other category at 27% reminds us that families' concerns are diverse and we must remain flexible and responsive to meet all needs. These data points help us identify trends and allocate resources effectively to support families across the state. And then, so as we spoke about the redesign of the dispute resolution page, so it's relaunched and redesigned this dispute resolution webpage, and this page serves as a one-stop hub where families can find information about their rights and special education, alternative dispute resolution options, mediation, state compliance complaints, due process complaints and hearings. And this resource is designed to be clear, accessible, and supportive for families, LEAs, and partners alike. So we have our webpage, or our flyer here, and it provides our contact information. So ultimately, our goal is to enhance communication, streamline assistance, and make sure families receive timely responses to their concerns. If you or your families you serve need support, you can always reach this Constituent Support Services office by phone at 800-926-0648 or by email at sedco@cde.ca.gov.
We invite you to check out our website, pathwaystopartnership.org. That's pathways, 2, partnership.org. Again, we have on our website the maps so that individuals can go and they can find out who the regions, where they're located, who the region is. And we can also direct them to their family empowerment centers. We have that information on the website as well. Additionally, we have resources that are available for everyone so they can learn about utilizing dispute prevention and resolution tools. So those are available on the website. People can contact us directly requesting services, districts, or families. Anybody who's interested in that. And so you'll be able to check out all of those. You'll also find a link for the IEP Success Companion Guide. Is also available, what Aubrey was mentioning to you, and other resources and information that's available. So you can check us out on Facebook. You can check us out on Instagram. We try to really make ourselves marketable, get the word out there, make sure that people all throughout the state know that we're available and here to support. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Now we have some time for questions. If anyone has any questions for us, we'd like to turn that over to that.
Fantastic. Okay, go ahead.
Commissioner Graff, thank you so much. I know that this project has been needed for many, 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 many years, but I'm just curious if there's some lessons learned for prevention. And so looking at your pie chart, when you break down by conflict resolution, then you had a wide thing of other, right? IEP, let's see, private schools. So are there some lessons learned that can help, prevent some of these issues from coming up so that parents feel more engaged and our kids are better served?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of lessons learned, and we can really look at the data. When we're looking at our side of the data, we are tracking, kind of to your point, trends of what the dispute is on, trends of regions. And our conversation yesterday with CDE was all around that access, just the different access points of the state has different levels of engagement of dispute prevention across the state. So how do we get to that point rather than having to call in and get support off the tier? So those are active things we're talking about. I mean, the lessons learned are the trends are different, wildly different across the state. I can say that. And
could you just give some examples? I mean,
you guys don't do this every day. I mean, there's trends, there's different, metropolitan areas may have some different needs versus very rural. Those areas that have an on-site legal counsel, we've found tend to maybe not engage in the preventative actions as much. I'm making a very broad statement, so I don't want to say that's what we're seeing all around, but when there's those large agencies that have an attorney on site, it's how to navigate that beforehand and still trust that we can come in, not us, but there's individuals that can come in and support that process even when there are attorneys involved.
I think just to add to that, it really comes down to communication and relationships, not being heard or feeling like the other party is hearing them. Maybe the perception of what someone is saying is getting lost. So helping them learn those communication strategies and how to stay organized in meetings, making sure that everyone has meaningful participation, and always making sure that we're both on this, we have the same goal, and that's always our youth, and our students are always at the center of that. So sometimes in these types of meetings, when they do get contentious or these situations, just bringing the team back to that common goal.
I'll say a lot of our information too is anecdotal, so we have ideas, things that we're seeing, but that's one of the things that we're working to develop is a data evaluation tool so that we have the ability to identify those trends and be very targeted in the interventions that we provide. So that is a goal of ours for this year.
And I just want to say that with that pie chart, that's showing like the calls that are coming in, not necessarily that are going for ADR, but just who we're getting the calls from. So we just wanted to pinpoint that or express that we do, it's not just large areas or large districts that are calling in, it's getting, the word's getting out to the smaller areas or the more rural areas that we have this office that can facilitate and help and assist whatever the need might be. It's not always ADR, they might have a question about IEPs or just a general question like how do I address something not being addressed in an IEP. So we might not necessarily refer them all over to P2P at that point or Pathways to Partnership. We might go within and to our FMTAs and ask the consultants that are monitoring those specific areas to kind of assist in answering those questions. But once again, it was just to kind of show the different groups that are calling in.
Just to let you know, I met with a parent yesterday locally who is a Catholic school educator, but her son is being served in her local public school and is very, very frustrated. And so I'm definitely going to share this website with her because she's ready to get her attorney involved. And so now we've got a pathway for her to be able to get her, concerns addressed. And I think she has a legitimate concern based on what she told me. So I'm immediately going to connect her with you all. So thank you.
Commissioner Wilkins, thank you so much for the presentation. It may still be too early in the process, but looking at the data, have we seen like a decline in OAH, Office of Administrative Hearing cases or state complaints because of the work of Pathways to Partnership or the constituent's office?
That's a great question. I know we haven't looked at that to date yet for this last year. It's one of our metrics. We're looking at that right now. I would defer to CDE about complaints. I don't know if we've seen a decrease in complaints, and you guys step in if you, and Rachel can as well, or Dr. Heenan can as well. But what we have seen is an increase in complaints resolved through this process. And that would be another trend I would kind of piggyback on. My trends were, of course, big picture, they're doing the work, right? But one of the trends we see is there's really not a time limit on these, right? So we can't say there's a day, a month, or a year. All of these are taking very different timelines, but we have seen a pretty significant increase in resolution of the complaints from dispute resolution unit that come in that we're working on.
Thank you.
What I would say is that when people do file complaints, we do communicate out to them the option of ADR. And so I know that and I don't have the actual data, But basically, a lot of callers will say, okay, we want to try ADR, because once again, what we're communicating to them is we want to foster rebuilding this relationship with the LEA or with the SELPA, whoever the concern might be with. And that's our focus. We want to try and rebuild, because their students are going to be within the district continuing on. And so having that strong relationship is going to help them, but it's also the benefit of the child, because they're going to be getting, or their concerns are being met.
No follow-up question. When you're saying that concerns are being, met, how are we measuring that, and how do we know if they've been met or not? What does that look like?
I would say through, and I'll speak kind of through the ADR process, because both parties have to agree to sit down at the table. So, they might come in with, these are the things that we want, but it's an agreement that's made between the two of them. And so if we're able to resolve and kind of close the case at that point, that's because they've agreed upon what those measures are.
Are those usually written agreements, like a settlement agreement?
So most often, they're just an agreement to, if we're just strictly talking about dispute resolution unit through CDE, those would be a retraction of that complaint. So that is just if we're talking strict metrics. And then when we're looking more at those situations where it comes in preventative, which is actually what we want, it is joint resolution. It's not always, actually rarely, a settlement agreement. We're not engaged in drafting those or negotiating those, but it's really, is the IEP signed? It could look different for each case. Did the IEP get signed? Is the relationship on the mend or getting better? Are they in the same room together? All of those things look a little different for each case. We're tracking those things in our own way. Haven't released that data yet. So it is a little tricky. A lot of it is anecdotal, case by case, but we definitely see trends in the resolution side too.
It would be great to see some of that data once you guys have that. And I understand this is still really early in the process, so it takes time to get good longitudinal data. So thank you so much.
And even though it's not perhaps a settlement agreement, there is confirmation from both parties with whatever their concern was that was initiated. We then follow up with both parties and say, are you feeling like this was resolved? And we go with a yes or a no. And if it's not resolved yet, we don't push it over to that part. We still work with them. If they do feel like that specific concern was that they had originally reached out is solved, then we move that over to resolved, completed, and then we move on and follow up with them at a later time to make sure things are still okay.
I feel like this is so loaded. There's just a lot of energy around it because it's so important. I'm just curious, do you guys see this actually getting to parents and educators?
Yeah, we see it every day. I think really we see it more tangibly now with our support with the Constituent Support Services Office. Prior to that, it was kind of like, how, do you know about them, if that makes sense? More word of mouth, and we were getting the word out, of course, but we see it on a daily basis by parents calling in to the California Department of Education. The vetting process Denise spoke about, sometimes that goes directly to us, sometimes it goes directly right back to their school district or school site. So definitely see those tangible impacts. And we're also seeing schools call in as well, which I think is almost as important and powerful as the parents calling in to seek that help and say we need that support. But the folks that are doing the work too.
Absolutely. I really want to commend the work that you're doing. It's wonderful, and I know you guys are everywhere. And that's kind of why I'm asking this, because we have you, I represent FECs, I support SELPA, I'm all over the place myself. And it's like, you still hear people and educators that don't know about it. And believe me, I'm not saying this like, you should do this. It's just, how do we do it? We have so many people doing great work everywhere, and nobody knows about it.
That is a great reminder, Gloria. And I always say we're not PR experts, right? So it's probably the one thing that all of us could work better on. At our meeting yesterday, Dr. Heenan said that was her main goal for our initiative, was how do we get this out in front of families more. So we are currently working on our annual goals and plans, and one of the things we're wanting to integrate in is how do we get in front of more CACs. Now I realize there's 132 of them. Maybe that seems like a big metric, but how do we get in front of every 132 CAC in the next 2 years or something? I think that's a good thing that we should be looking into. We have a pretty strong partnership with Seeds of Partnership, who oversee family empowerment centers, family resource centers, and work with their agency. We have strong partnerships with many of the FECs, but again, it's just building that momentum, not just those that know about us. How do we get the word out to those that don't?
Thank you for that, Veronica. And just kind of in closing, I just want to say I'm the project director for my PTI, my Parent Training Information Center, and the Family Empowerment Center. And I'm chair of my CAC, and I'm on the commission. I just want to suggest maybe we all get together. We have you guys come to the table. We have representatives from CAC. We have representatives from districts. Also, like when I first started with the East LA FRC many moons ago, I had the idea of laminating on a card and passing that out to parents, like, you need to build a relationship with your district. You need to build a relationship with possibly regional center, your pediatrician, just so parents kind of have that, because it's just so overwhelming. And I think that's probably the biggest hurdle, is parents just can't hear when they're in that space. So yes, again, wonderful. We're all partners. I'm always glad to hear from you guys. I know everybody's doing great work. And yeah, that's my only suggestion, is if we can all get together and see how do we get the attention of those who need it. Teachers, really, real quick, I was just at ACSE, and I was at the ADR conference before, wonderful conferences. I heard somebody say all educators are special educators because they're getting so many students with IEPs that maybe they're not prepared to get. So if they could take advantage of some of this, it just could make everybody's load lighter. So thank you.
Well, it sounds like an invitation too. So with that, and that's we are looking for those spaces. Where is there, a large cadre of parent providers? Where can we go to get that? Is it just being there as a booth person, like having a little booth? Is it presenting? We're always open to those opportunities. Thank you.
Commissioner Michaud, thank you all so much for your presentation today. This is such important work, and it's just really encouraging to hear the great steps that have been taken and the progress that's been made over the last couple of years of you doing this work, so thank you. Couple questions. You mentioned that in addition to families, you're also seeing school districts call in, and I agree with some of the other comments that have been made, that it's important to get all constituents and all stakeholders to the table and accessing these resources. I'm curious to know what the general breakdown has been, if you have data on that. Maybe not because of the faces, but.
We have it today. These are good. We're going to take notes, and we're going to have these data questions next time. We don't have that breakdown right now. Sorry, Russell.
I'm looking forward to seeing it at another time. And then to Commissioner Ruiz's point, if there's any way that the Advisory Commission can help get the word out, if there are social media blurbs that you want to send out to us that we can throw on LinkedIn or other ways that we can support in getting the word out, that would be great.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Scott, and I think the work you're doing is so important. Speaking as a parent, when I struggles with my son, I disagreed with the IEP. This whole thing was new to me, the IEPs, so I contacted CDE by email, and I was able to get the problem resolved because they contacted the district, who then had a meeting with me, conflict resolution. But before, I felt so ignored, like I had no power. I couldn't do anything. But I read my procedural safeguards and found out there was something I could do. So currently, fortunately, this school district now has their own program where they meet with parents if there's a conflict. And they have told me that, you know, it really helps now because they came here and did a presentation as well. So it's really important, but the thing is to get the message out to parents, because sometimes as parents we feel very helpless, like, you know, do we have to hire a lawyer, you know, or, you know, somebody to help us to get the district to hear. So like Commissioner Mashad was saying, you know, if we can get this information out, you know, on the medias, whether it's, you know, any one of the social medias, because parents are paying attention to those now. So if we can get that information out to them so we don't feel so helpless, like there is some way we can resolve it. So I really think what you're doing is very important. And the fact that you are encouraging the districts to start having programs like these where parents can express their concern, I think that's wonderful.
Thank you. I think that's the goal. I mean, we're a very small team. There's 4 people that do this work daily, right? So that's not near enough to support the whole level of the state, along with Dr. Heenan has a small office as well. So the goal is to have this level of support at every district in the state so that they can have that direct connection locally, as those relationships need to be built with your own district, because you have a relationship with them for sometimes 18, 19 years, right? So yes, thank you for that testimony. Great.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you, Veronica, and the whole team for a great presentation and the wonderful work that you're doing. As a parent of a disabled student, I get a lot of inquiries from other parents who are asking for my advice, and so this is a great resource to pass along. And then kind of piggybacking on what several commissioners mentioned about getting the word out, I think social media, utilizing social media would be great, but I know while I was sitting here and learning about this, I just thought of 5 people in my brain that I was like, they need to know about this, they need to know about this, they need to know about this, and sent emails to 5 different people to kind of spread the word to them because I know they would be interested. And I would like to encourage everyone sitting in the room and all of the commissioners to do the same. Take a few minutes and think of, 5, 10 people that you feel like would benefit from this information now and share it. And that will help perpetuate our grassroots spreading this information, because this is such a great program and we definitely do need to get the word out about it. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Commissioner Hamilton. And I remember the first time I presented, you really gave us some good guidance around PR, because I know that's your area of expertise. And I was thinking that same thing of you're all saying, I know so many people. It's like, do the email, like she said, send 5 people this email, or go share our Facebook page, our Instagram page on your page, because people are looking at your pages. I follow many of you as commissioners, and I always see the really cool things you're putting on your own social media around advocacy. So you have a platform, as Commissioner Hamilton said, and can really help us get that word out. That's why we always love coming here. You give us ideas, and you also are big supporters and have an audience that is really looking to you for support and guidance.
Do we have any other comments up here? Thank you so much for your presentation. We're going to transition to any public comment in the room, but before we do that, or as people are lining up, I just want to say thank you for your presentation. And I think that this first presentation of the day is really just kind of setting the stage for that continual conversation of teamwork, working together, supporting each other. We're talking about the statewide system of support and how we can work together within that statewide system of support, but then just the networks that we have sitting here and in the space, and how we can uplift what we're doing and work together. I think that's where we're gonna see the real changes. So I just really appreciate you coming in and sharing with us, and we'll open it up to any general public comment in the room.
Good morning again, Marcela Chagoya, California Federation of Teachers. Also a full-time classroom teacher, 25 years, middle school, special day class history, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. I've probably written over 400 IEPs in 25 years. I'm very grateful for this presentation because I have never heard of this. And so Commissioner Reese brought it up, like teachers don't know this, right? And I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, well, how can I get this information out to parents and other teachers as well? And then I took a step further as a sister to a brother who's 55 years old, autism nonverbal, and who's under my care now. Our IEP processes have opening statements. Mentioning this in an opening statement at all IEP meetings, this benefit that we have, right? Conflict resolution, et cetera. Mentioning this is one way verbally. Including it in our handouts, the IEP and you, written, so parents can walk away with something, right? Or also, even if it's like a postcard, something that's specific to conflict resolution, you don't agree. There's ways that you can, come to an agreement. There's pathways to help. And also making sure that this is accessible in many languages. As California, we're so diverse, it's beautiful. But also, as a sister, again, to a brother with needs, is this inclusive of IPPs, individualized program plans, for those of our individuals with special needs who are aging, right? I didn't hear that. If it's, I'm thinking it's just, to 12th grade, but does this go beyond? And I guess that's a question for them. So I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the slide up for public comment related to this agenda item, and we'll give just a slight pause in case anyone would like to call in.
Caller ending in 8635. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. You'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Scott Turner, Executive Director of the East San Gabriel Valley SELPA and immediate past chair of the SELPA Administrators of California. Appreciative to the Advisory Commission for agendizing this important topic and for the thorough presentation by Pathways to Partnership and CDE's constituent office. Having been in the field for nearly 20 years, I am truly encouraged by the efforts led by CDE and P2P to elevate parent voice and support families at all stages of the IEP process. In my local SELPA, in-person trainings from P2P have been highly supportive of improving our relationships with families. I want to particularly thank P2P for partnering with the SELPA Administrators of California to support the annual Alternative Dispute Resolution Conference. This past year, we had more than 800 attendees and celebrated the highest number of parent participants, parent presenters, and even a parent as a keynote speaker. We also had 30 representatives from family empowerment centers and resource centers attend the conference, strengthening relationships across California. There's a lot to celebrate while also acknowledging that there's a lot of work to be done, and we look forward to continuing to work with P2P and CDE in these ADR efforts while also ensuring that formal procedural safeguards, timelines, and protections for students remain in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 7407. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. You'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Judy McKinley. I am a member of the Learning Disabilities Association of America. I have major questions regarding this. What role do parent training information centers and disability rights play with Pathways to Partnership? Do you have a list of the board members for the CACs. I'm involved with the Pasadena CAC. I provide a lot of this information to that CAC, and I do not see them getting this information from Pathways to Partnership. It is essential that this information get out to the community, and in my opinion, at this point, it is not happening. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Seeing that we are fairly well ahead of schedule, but also wanting to honor our general public comment time, I would suggest that we move into our lunch at this point and come back at 1 o'clock as scheduled, if that's okay with everyone. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We'll see everyone back here at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a nice long lunch. We had just discussed hoping that we got our after lunch sleepies out of the way and we're ready to go. Do we have our interpreters showing on the screen? We're giving a short pause for our interpreters to get what they need. Are we sure? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move forward. And we're going to move into the general public comment item. We're going to open it up for folks in the room first, and then we're going to move to email and then our phone in. So if there's anyone in the room right now who would like to come up, you can form a line and share any general public comment. And seeing no one in the room, we're going to go ahead and move to our email public comment. And so Grace is going to go ahead and read that for us.
Thank you. I've received a email public comment from Cheryl Miller, a parent of 2 special needs students. This is her public comment. I'm concerned about the SELPA requirements in California are too vague, and some SELPAs are taking advantage of the parents and students in their district due to this vagueness. I propose that the following be implemented as soon as possible so students and parents can be included and give their input in SELPA business meetings. Number 1, let's have some specifics on how a person can be a member of the committee. 2, in California, community advisory committees are required by law to ensure parent and community input into special education planning and services. Here are the key requirements. Legal basis. Governed by California Education Code, sections 56190 to 5694, every SELPA special education local plan area must establish a community advisory committee. Membership requirements. Membership must include parents of children enrolled in special education, parents of children in general education, pupils and adults with disabilities, representatives of agencies that serve students with disabilities, school staff, and other community members. Majority of members must be parents of children with disabilities enrolled in schools within the SELPA. Duties of the community advisory committees. 1, advise the SELPA on the development, amendment, and review of the local plan for special education. Recommend annual priorities to be addressed by the SELPA. Assist in parent education and in recruiting parents/volunteers to support programs. Encourage community involvement in the development and review of the local plan. 5, support activities on behalf of students with disabilities. Meetings. Community advisory committees must hold regular open meetings, in parentheses, often monthly or quarterly. Meetings must follow public notice requirements, similar to other public meetings under the state law. Training and information. Community advisory committees are tasked with helping provide parent training on special education rights, services, and processes. They act as a bridge between parents, schools, and agencies. If you are in California, every SELPA must have a community advisory committees. It must be parent-led, majority of parents with students with disabilities, open to the public, and responsible for advising, training, and ensuring community participation in special education planning. This sounds easy, but Temecula Valley Unified has another plan, a way to get around the law, and has created a conflict of interest because all the members but 2 are employees of the district. Yes, many are also parents of students or prior students in the district. 3, if parents are all district employees, technically, being a district employee does not disqualify a parent from serving on the Community Advisory Committee. However, if all parent members are district employees, this creates a conflict with the spirit of the law because community advisory committees are intended to provide independent, community-based oversight and advice. Employees may be seen as representing the district's interests rather than the families. Risk of all employee parents. Conflict of interest. Parents who are employees may feel pressured to not raise concerns. Lack of authentic representation. The Community Advisory Committee may fail to represent the diverse voices of families who are not tied to the district. Potential compliance issues. While not strictly illegal, this setup can be challenged if the Community Advisory Committee is not meaningfully fulfilling its advisory role. Best practice and what SELPAs usually do. Strive for a balance. Ensure that the majority of parent members are not district employees. Recruit parents from different schools, backgrounds, and disability categories. Ensure transparency by openly posting meeting notices, inviting participation, and encouraging parents who are not employees to apply. Bottom line, parents who work for the district can serve, but if all parent members are employees, the Community Advisory Committee is not meeting the intent of California law for independent parent and community representation. SELPA should actively recruit non-employee parents to ensure compliance and credibility. Guide or requirements to make a SELPA. The Temecula Valley Unified School District, as a member of the Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA. Oh. Oh no, okay. That's right. Are you guys hearing me okay now? So sorry about that. So I will just continue, okay? Thank you. Oh, no problem. The Temecula Valley Unified School District, as a member of the Special Education Local Plan Area, affirms commitment to the requirements of the California Education Code sections 56190 through 56194, which mandate the establishment of a Community Advisory Committee. The Community Advisory Committee provides a critical forum for parent and community input into the planning and oversight of special education programs. Policy statement. 1. Parent majority requirement. In compliance with Education Code Section 56192, a majority of Community Advisory Committee members shall be parents of students with disabilities enrolled in public or private schools within the SELPA. 2. Balanced representation. While parents who are district employees are not prohibited from serving, TVUSD recognizes that the spirit of the law requires independent parent and community representation. To avoid conflicts of interest and ensure credibility, TVUSD will strive to ensure that not all parent representatives are employees of the district. 3. Recruitment of non-employee parents. TVUSD, in collaboration with the SELPA, will actively recruit and encourage participation from parents who are non-employees of the district, ensuring diversity in background, disability category, and school representation. Outreach will include notices in school newsletters and websites, information shared at IEP meetings and parent support groups, presentations at parent advisory events. 4, transparency and credibility and accountability. Community advisory committees meetings will remain open to the public with agendas posted in compliance with state law. Membership lists will be made publicly available, noting the balance of parent members. The district will monitor membership to ensure compliance with both the letter and intent of the law. Commitment. TVUSD affirms its commitment to maintaining a strong, diverse, and independent community advisory committee that represents the voices of families and the community, ensuring that the needs of students with disabilities remain central to the development and oversight of special education programs. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see changes soon. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Now, if we can get the slide showing the information for calling in. If anyone would like to call in with general public comment, now is the time to do that. The dial-in number is 717-908-1926. The participant access code is 1166083, followed by the pound sign. And we'll give a pause for folks to dial in.
Caller ending in 7407. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. You will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Judy McKinley again. I am a member of the Learning Disabilities Association of America and of California. In the past, the California Learning Disability Association has had representation on the advisory commission. I just wanted to bring to your notice, I received something called, it's SPECEDINFOSHARE, Special Ed Info Share emails. I believe the first time that I received one giving notice of the advisory commission maybe was for the August meeting. All CAC members should be receiving this email notifying them of the advisory commission on special education. People do not know that the advisory commission even exists. So this would lead them to agendas and hopefully them participating in these meetings. You cannot work in a silo. We keep talking about silos. Well, the advisory commission is a
Caller,
silo.
your
unto
time is
itself.
up. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to be moving on from our general public comment agenda item to our next agenda item, item 4. We're going to be receiving a presentation from Journify, which is an artificial intelligence program who's been working with entities in California. And they're going to tell us a little bit about what they're doing, and we are going to give just a minute for setup, and then we'll get started.
Can everyone see my screen? Just no. I think it's working now. Can everyone see my screen? Perfect. Great. Thank you. Yeah.
We're getting just a green screen here, so we'll call our friends in tech back out.
Is it working now? Okay. Perfect. Thanks everyone for having me. My name is Mara Steo, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Journify Learning. I'm also a graduate from the Stanford Graduate School of Education, and we've been doing lots of work around integrating AI and evidence-based practices within special education. We've been working with a bunch of districts, schools across the United States, and especially in California, and I'm here to share more about what we're learning from the field. And the agenda for today is going to be, I'm going to run a quick overview of Journify Learning, cover some success stories that we've seen in California from Union School District and Granada Hills Chapter. And we're gonna go through a quick product demo to show you how the product works, some of the key functionalities, and then I'm happy to take any questions you or the audience, everyone in the audience might have. Great, so just to give you a quick understanding of Journify, we're building an evidence-based AI assistant for special education. Started Journify back at the Stanford Graduate School of Education, and personally what got me in this space is my mom, my grandmothers were all public school teachers working with lots of special ed kids, and I could see how they were always extremely overwhelmed, but they were actually doing such important work. So I've been spending lots of time doing research into all the ways in which AI could help assist special education teams. So at Journify, we have 3 big areas of focus. First, driving student outcomes. As you will see in the product demo, we integrate all the support providers working with each student throughout the school year, so the special ed teacher, paraprofessional, therapist, and so on, enable them to upload materials for progress tracking, identify students' present levels, and then generate personalized instructional supports, not just based on a student's special need, but also based on their present levels of performance. All of these supports and instructional guidance that we offer are aligned with evidence-based practices, such as universal design for learning, high leverage practices, and so on. I'm gonna go more into the evidence-based practices in a second. We also focus on saving educators' time. So we integrate all the support providers working with each student throughout the school year and enable real-time progress tracking across all of them. And this data automation, our data automation and integration, our educators have said it helps them save on average 50% of time. And the third big area of focus that we have is enhancing compliance. We offer district leaders and school leaders access to an admin dashboard where they can see all the data in special education across their district or school. So they can track quality metrics, they can identify who are the students who are falling behind, and they can also update instantly. Both the administrators and the educators can update parents instantly. So we really focus on integrating the families and sharing updates with them all throughout the school year. And data privacy and security are really embedded in absolutely everything we do. We are certified as a responsibly designed AI product by Digital Promise. So they had a look at all of our AI systems and mechanisms and gave us this certification. We are FERPA, COPA compliant and aligned with the NIST framework, which is one of the most comprehensive security frameworks in K-12 education. And we work with OpenAI. They have signed a zero data retention agreement with us, which guarantees that none of the data is retained by them for any amount of time, and the data is fully owned by the districts and schools. And just to share some updates and kind of like what we're learning from the field, we're seeing really quick adoption across more than 10 US states, but for sure California has been the fastest growing one. We've had educators use Journify to work on over 19,000 IEP goals. And special education teachers have been reporting saving on average 50% of time thanks to Journify. And if we go to the topic of effectiveness and outcomes, educators have used Journify to generate over 8,000 instructional support so far, which have been rated at 9.5 out of 10 on average across more than 8,000 support. So we see educators really happy with the level of personalization and instructional quality of all the supports within the platform. And here you can see some of the logos of the schools and districts that we work with. And really what I wanted to highlight here is that we have large school districts, for instance, like ACSE School District, which has about 25 to 30 schools. We also have charter schools like Granada Hills, United School Network, but we also have really small non-public schools like Cypress School, which focuses on extensive support needs, which really shows how the product is very versatile across different types of institutions, states, but also types of needs and supports by students. And going beyond adoption, we really prioritize outcomes. If you scan this QR code, you can see some case studies that we've been running in Washington, California, and I'm gonna go into a bit more depth into some of the California case studies that we've ran so far in the next few slides. So I'm going to start with a quick success story from Union School District. So what they've seen a lot of success in has been around special education efficiency. So just to give you some context into their situation first. So this is a school district from San Jose. It's led by Kate Adams, who's their special education director. And the challenge that they have, and many districts have, that's what we're seeing, is that there is really high burnout and turnover among special educators. And there's a lot of manual documentation, which limits time for direct student support. And they have seen this not just for the special ed teachers, but all the support providers working with the students. So their goal, when they decided to do a free Journify pilot, was to streamline service documentation and free up time for instruction. So it was very much focused on efficiency. So they started out with a free Journify pilot, and they introduced it. We trained their team, and they started automating service tracking, interventions, some of the IEP goal writing. We only help automate by integrating data across all the support providers, and they can generate materials based on all that data. So we never make decisions on behalf of the educators. That's one thing I wanted to highlight. And they integrated data in real time among all the support providers, enabling them to focus on direct services. And only in the 1 month of the pilot, they have had the support providers log over 675 sessions within Journify extremely easily. Their team generated over 400 instructional supports, such as formative assessments aligned with IEP goals, interventions in context of what they had seen a student was struggling with, lesson plans. And the teachers had saved on average 50% of time, and we have seen average usage per teacher of 10 times per week, which we had not expected. And it really became a powerful assistant that teachers use to save time and are empowered to do more and spend more time instructing directly the students. And here you can see Kate Adams, their director of special education, how she's quoting that it's given educators so much more time for direct service of the children. And here there's a speech language therapist talking about the use of the tool. We've seen a lot of SLPs, occupational therapists, all the support providers have been really picking up usage of Journify within the district. So that was a story of efficiency. I also wanted to highlight a story more of outcomes and effectiveness. We've been working with Granada Hills chapter, and their focus has been around really personalizing and scaffolding instruction, which is why they decided to do a free pilot with us. And just to give you a quick overview, Granada Hills is the nation's largest charter school. And what they have seen is that they have really large caseloads. So on average, each teacher supports around 24 or more students, each with 4 to 5 IEP goals. So a challenge was tracking progress across subjects. And there was a lot of manual assessment data kept manually, and there was a lot of friction between gen ed teachers and special ed teachers. So there was a lot of time that was integrated to bring data from gen ed into special ed to understand what's happening into mixed classrooms, and really connect all those data points to help everyone understand the students' present levels of performance. So the goal was to identify and track present levels of performance across as wide of a range as possible of data sources, and in context of that, generate instructional supports aligned to these present levels. So we trained their team as part of this pilot, and they started using Journify, and what they've seen is that how easy it is to integrate data across all the support providers. So every support provider can scan a QR code within the platform, take a photo of any student work, and it's automatically uploaded. That's been done across gen ed, special ed teachers. And in context of each IEP goal, everyone can see all the data that was considered to identify the students' present levels of performance. So just by scanning a QR code, all the providers, including gen ed teachers, could upload data for progress tracking, and thus ensuring a lot of data points being connected for present levels identification. And in that context, they were able to instantly generate evidence-based assessments, interventions, and lesson plans, and built-in scaffolds. Here you can see some of the outcomes throughout the pilot. Over 220 students completed work uploaded to this QR code methodology across special ed and gen ed, and over 200 instructional supports auto-generated in context of the present levels that were identified by all these real-time data upload and sync. And as a result, both gen ed and special ed departments have been in sync around each student's present levels of performance. And I'm going to show you as part of the demo how this works in practice. And you can see some of the quotes that we've heard from their side. And before we go into the product demo, I just wanted to highlight one of our key design principles within Journify. We are co-building the whole product with teachers, and our key focus is empowering educators, but never making decisions on their behalf. So we co-build with teachers, and we include an amount of friction intentionally in order to make sure that teachers make their own decisions. We never tell a teacher, hey, this IEP goal is complete. They are the ones who make the decision, but we use AI what is best for, which is AI is really good at accumulating a large set of data across a large number of providers over time, and shows everyone patterns in the student behavior and shows evidence-based practices that might help them improve the student based on that data, but we never make decisions. So the teacher is really empowered to make the key decision of whether the student has completed an IEP goal or not, and what type of support the student needs. So that's a big design principle behind everything we do, and we really co-build with district partners and teachers. And we all come from families of educators, either educators or families of educators. So this was a quick overview. I would love to show you a demo of some of the key functionalities within the platform, and then to take some questions from the audience. Okay. Can everyone see my screen from, no? No? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm going to show you quickly how Journify works. Let's say I'm a special ed teacher. I just logged into the platform. I can see all the students in my caseload. And you can see some of them have this check mark here, which says the student is shared with multiple support providers. So every case manager shares access for every student profile to the speech therapist, paraprofessional, gen ed teacher working with that student, such that throughout the school year, everyone can upload materials for progress tracking, submit their own observations, identify the students' present levels, generate supports. So really, it's built on an infrastructure of collaboration and real-time data sync across all the providers supporting the student. So today we are going to work with Jordan Lee. So if I go in Jordan Lee's profile, and I'm gonna zoom in a bit here, you can see his profile includes Jordan's IEP goals. So we integrate with any IEP platforms, and in California, all our partners either use SACE or Cyrus, and we extract the student's goals automatically into the student's profile. So we have, you can see, for instance, this student has a math goal, a common core state standard applied, aligned with the goal, baseline, objectives, a writing goal, reading, behavioral, functional, and so on. So all of the students' goals are saved into the student's profile, and the case manager can edit goals, decide when to mark goals as completed, archive goals throughout the school year. So in this context, let's say I want to generate a formative assessment aligned to any of my students' IEP goals to understand how my student is doing in context of that IEP goal. So let's say I'm gonna select Jordan Lee from my caseload. I'm gonna select his, let's say this fractions goal. I can also generate at the level of an objective if I want, but I'm just gonna stay at the goal level. And then click Generate Assessment and generate. Here, if I want, I can include any details on the student's accommodations that I might want to be considered. But right now what's happening, Journify is looking at who is the student that we're building this assessment for? What is the student's progress under this goal so far? What is the IEP goal that we're assessing against? And what is the common core state standard aligned with the goal? And considering all this data, it instantly builds a personalized formative assessment. So you can see in this case, it created some true and false exercises aligned with fractions, which was the topic of the goal, fractions and decimals, some multiple choice questions, some short answer, some open-ended, it gets increasingly complex questions, student reflection, we always have a metacognition piece, and then a teacher section, which includes answer key, first of all, and then a set of evidence-based guidelines. So if the student needs more support, here is a set of guidelines aligned with evidence-based practices that we offer to the teacher aligned with this assessment. If the teacher wants to do additional data for progress monitoring, to track additional data, we give some guidelines on that front as well. For aligning with universal design for learning, as you support the student with this assessment, here are some personalized activities that you can run with the student. And a lot of special ed directors have told us that, especially for newer special ed teachers, these guidelines are extremely important because they learn how to integrate UDL and all these best practices in instruction, in the flow of work. So all of this assessment is editable. I can make any changes as I want. I can also click here, regenerate, and say, hey, I want these 20 multiple choice questions. I want to make this more difficult, easier, whatever feedback. I want to add a graph, visuals. Whatever feedback you have as an educator, you can type here, regenerate, and it will change the assessment based on the educator feedback. Now let's say I'm happy with this. I can download it as a Word doc in my computer, or I can send it into Google Docs for Google Classroom or any other platforms that I might be using as a school. So I'm gonna download this as a work doc. Here I can rate how happy I am with it. If the teacher has any feedback for us, they can leave it here, and I'll just continue to download. So this has been saved in my computer, and throughout the school year, all the providers who have access to Jordan Lee's profile can generate formative assessments aligned with goals and standards just to see where the student is in context of each IEP goal. Now let's say that I want to track some progress. I want to, as I was talking about, all the support providers are uploading materials throughout the school year to understand the students' present levels of performance. So here, this is, I came under track progress. So here, let's say I've done some work with Jordan Lee under his math goal, and I'm gonna upload some materials for progress tracking. I can upload, depending on the types of goals that I'm tracking against, I can upload yes and no, trials, opportunities. It works really well for behavioral, functional goals, so we offer a wide range of data you can track. Frequency, now I'm just gonna do default, and let's say I know that the student got 58%, so I'm gonna put here 58. The date when the student completed the assessment, how much support the student needed completed the assessment, so we track all of these data. Let's say that the student required some extra support on some assessment components. I'm gonna go next. And here, this is where I can upload any type of data. I can upload Journify-generated assessments that the student might have completed. I can upload any classroom assignments. I can upload essays if it's a writing goal, so any type of student work. I can also scan, and if you remember, Granada Hills has been using this a lot. You can scan this QR code as an educator from your phone, take a photo of the student work, and it will show up automatically here in a matter of 1 to 2 seconds. So we made it very easy to upload data for progress tracking across all the support providers. You can also skip file and just upload your own observations. You might not always want to upload an assessment or work. Now I'm just going to upload some student work from my computer here. I go next, this looks good, and I'm just going to submit. I can always upload more data. So right now, Journify is assessing what I just uploaded, and you could see the teacher decided the score, and the teacher is in full control of where the student is in context of the goal. But what Journify is doing here, it's looking at, in context of the goal we selected and the common core standard aligned with the goal, what are some of the things the student got right, and what are they still struggling with based on what I just uploaded. So you can see here there's some strengths based on what we've seen in the assessment that we just uploaded, some suggested areas of improvement. This is all editable by the teacher in case they don't agree. And it really understands student writing really well. It's very detailed. I can make any edits as I want, but now I'm just gonna close. And you can see, based on what I uploaded so far for this student under this IEP goal, I can instantly see the student's present levels of performance and future areas of focus. So as I upload more materials under the student's goal, as the other support providers do the same, the present levels on an ongoing basis is going to get updated, and future areas of focus as well. And all the support providers can see these insights and can see the data in real time. And again, this is all editable. The teachers can change anything in real time. Some other things I can do for progress tracking, I can do service time tracking, and support providers have been using this a lot, like occupational therapy sessions, SLP sessions. You can always export this data for any compliance pieces. And you can also upload materials per domain area, not just per goal, but also per math, per ELA, and see per domain area. One thing to note is you can see here the students' future areas of focus. Teachers can, and all the support providers can generate interventions in context of a student's areas of focus. So if I click here, I can generate evidence-based interventions that include lesson plans, exercises that help the help the student improve in the areas we've seen they struggled with under each IEP goal. For the purpose of time, we won't have time, we won't be able to go into the interventions, but I just wanted to show you where all of this data is saved. We've done some work with Jordan Lee, so I want to show you how all of this is saved over time and accessible for all support providers. So if I come here under Jordan Lee's progress dashboard, let's select the math goal that we just worked on. Here I can see a graph. I just uploaded one score, but as me and the other providers upload more scores over time, you can see visually how the students' scores have been evolving per this IEP goal. If you scroll further down, you can see the students' present levels per this IEP goal, future areas of focus based on all the data that was uploaded across all the support providers so far. And you can see again, this is all editable as well. You can see a history of all uploaded materials. So we just uploaded an assessment. These are the performance insights per the assessment that was uploaded. We just generated an assessment at the beginning of this session. This was the generated assessment. I can see all of these actions across all the support providers in real time. And just to show you a student that has a bit more data, for instance, this student has some more data tracked, and you can see across all providers who has uploaded what, who has generated what under each IEP goal. You can track service time sessions. If you remember, for this student, for instance, I can see all the sessions that were tracked for them, numbers of minutes, by service type, by status, by session type, session history. All of this is maintained in the same progress dashboard. And really importantly, you can share progress with parents. So if you click here, share progress with parents, let's say I want to update Ellen's parents on these 3 IEP goals. So I'm gonna click generate progress email. So Journify now is looking through all the data that was uploaded by all the support providers throughout this school year on these IEP goals, and is creating a summary email that you can share with the parent. So you can see here, highlights and progress, what we're working on next based on what we've seen the student has been struggling with. And there's always a section on how the parents can help at home, because we've seen parents really want to understand how can I best support the student at home given what's happening in the classroom. So we always add that as well. And again, this is fully editable by the teacher. Once they are happy with it, they can copy the email, send it to the parent. And really all the data within Journify can be exported, uploaded into other platforms, IEP systems, shared with parents. I'm going to finish very, very quickly, but just wanted to show you high level some of the other features. We allow teachers to generate new individualized IEP goals for students. So since we track students' present levels of performance over time in context of each IEP goal, teachers can easily import those insights into the baseline and have those become as the baseline for the new IEP goals. You can select the standard you want to align any new IEP goals, the type of supports, monitoring types, deadline, and generate a new goal. You can also generate from reports. So if you have a psych evaluation of a student, you can upload it here, and Journify will help you give you some standards aligned IEP goals draft that you can edit and improve and use for the student given that data. We also support transition planning, transition assessments, uploading completed transition assessments for insights on a student's interests, strengths, needs when it comes to continuing education, employment, life skills. And collaboration is really big. So for instance, I've seen that a student has been shared with me within the same district I can accept as a teacher, and then my student will show up on my dashboard, and all the support providers working with that student, we can upload materials for them, see present levels of performance, and so on. Let's say if I'm a case manager, I can also share my students with their support providers. So if, let's say I want Aiden and Alejandra, and I want to give access to their profile to their speech therapist, so I'm gonna put the speech therapist email, share progress, confirm the speech therapist. Of course, it has to be someone within the same district. We don't allow sharing with like a Gmail address. It has to be the same email domain. And the speech therapist gets an email invite, accepts, and then everyone sees the same students on their dashboard. The last thing that I wanted to show that has been really valuable for school and district admins is the admin dashboard, where as a school or as a district admin, I can see all the special ed data that has been tracked over time. So I can see how many support providers have been using Journify, for how many students, how many instructional supports were generated, uploaded for progress tracking. I can have an overview of service time minutes across different service types, different session types by setting, like consult, push in, virtual, pull out of the classroom, an overview of all the goals within the platform, whether IEP goals or transition goals, quality metrics, like how many of my IEP goals are measurable, time-bound, standards-aligned. And I might decide as a special ed director that I have to better train my team to write more measurable IEP goals if I see that we're not doing well as a district across some of these quality metrics. I can give access to support providers, remove access, and I can see all the students within my district, and I can go into each student's progress dashboard. So I can see how my students are really doing on their IEP goals and really see who's falling behind and offer the right support. So the admin dashboard kind of brings all of this data in one place for leadership to make better decisions and to allocate resources to align more with outcomes. That's pretty much it on the Journify demo. I just had one last slide and I'll go into questions. we get a lot of questions around how AI actually works, what type of evidence-based practices do you use, how does this all come together. So I just wanted to give you a very brief overview now that you've seen how the product works, what are the data inputs that are used, and what are the evidence-based practices that we have used. So as you can see, as part of inputs, the school can upload the students' IEP goals. We look at the educational standards aligned with each IEP goal, any student accommodation, and we basically track the students' performance over time based on the materials uploaded by the support provider. So these are some of the key data inputs. We do not have IEPs on our side. We do not save IEPs on our side. We just have the students' goals and the standards aligned with these goals. And all of these data inputs go into our Journify model, which accounts for different evidence-based practices, such as universal design for learning, high leverage practices, scaffolding, metacognition. You've seen there's always a metacognition piece on every assessment generated, role-playing and modeled scenarios. So when you build, for instance, speech, behavioral, functional assessments, you'll have more activities-based exercises with role-playing involved. I just showed you a math one, but it really adapts to the types of goals. And different explicit instruction best practices. And given this input, this research on the model side, then we have a bunch of outputs, as you have seen, personalized formative assessments, teachers can build within the platform, interventions and lesson plans, present levels of performance insights, new personalized IEP goals, and instructional strategies that they can decide to use in the classroom. So this is a quick overview to give you an idea of some of the key pieces within the platform. Yeah, I don't know if there are any special ed district leaders or school leaders in the audience, but we're currently offering a batch of free pilots. And if there's interest, we would love to connect. And each pilot typically includes 2 training and onboarding sessions, AI literacy modules for educators. So we have an AI literacy module for it as part of each session around responsible AI use as well, unlimited access to the product, and a dedicated partner success lead. This is a QR code, and I'm also happy to talk afterwards. And this is the link where you can claim a pilot. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And this is my email address. Would love to take any questions now and also follow up over email anytime. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. My brain is so full of new information. I really appreciate learning about this. It seems fantastic. And I think that the one question that I was going to have for you right off the bat was what kind of recommendations you would have for people who might be interested in using this, as far as like prior knowledge that they would need in order to be able to participate and use the platform effectively. But it looks like in that last slide, it showed that there were teacher modules for AI usage. Do you have any other recommendations for people who might be interested in using a platform like this, as far as like what should we know, and also like what kind of teaming or collaboration time it takes to be able to effectively use this across service providers?
Yeah, we've made it very easy to get started with Journify Learning. So on one aspect to highlight here, it's very intuitive to use. We have an advisory board of teachers. Then on a weekly basis, we observe how they use the platform. We don't say anything, we just look at them in the class, how they use it. And we can see if anything doesn't make sense and instantly make those changes to make it as easy as possible. So we've seen a wide range of teachers use it very comfortably, and that's a lot of the testimonials are around ease of use. At the same time, we offer 2 training and onboarding sessions for any school and district that decides to work with us. So we offer a free pilot that includes these training sessions. On average, a training session is about 1 hour, and 45 minutes to 1 hour, and it's over Zoom. And if it's a large district, we can do more of them as well. And as part of that session, we help everyone get started. We go through all the key features, they start using the product, and we've seen these 2 sessions are more than enough. If the district requests a third one, we're happy to do that. But we've seen 2 is ideal for teachers to start forming a habit. And yeah, in terms of prior knowledge, there's really not much else that's needed because we onboard everyone and offer a dedicated partner success lead as well who helps answer any questions that people might have. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll take a look up here for any questions, comments.
Wow, that's all I can say. My head is spinning right now because I was on the design team for the new IEP template. And so there's been a whole separate work group designing the new IEP template. Have you been collaborating with any of the leads on that work?
We are aware of that work. We haven't worked directly with the leads, no.
Okay, that might be something that we should all be considering because there's a lot of interest in the new template coming out and training to go along with it and so forth. I mean, I think it's an amazing tool that will obviously reduce time and effort and so forth. I know there might be some concern, that teachers are going to be replaced by AI and all that. That's never going to happen. But I'm sure there's some stuff out there that's going, oh my gosh, AI is going to replace our teachers. That's not it at all. What is the cost of this?
Yeah, so the cost depends on the size of the special education program within the district. So we will need to know the number of case managers and IEP students. It depends on the size of the special ed program within the district.
Can you give me a range of what that would cost? Because that will be a factor, for districts. Here's a board member right here. So she's probably already thinking budget-wise, but again, it's sort of a cost-benefit, piece of all this. I mean, we need economists to be able to, work through all of these issues, but it's an amazing tool. And I would love to know more and to see it in action or visit some of the IEP teams to see how they're actually using it. And then for the parent perspective, I'd love to hear from the parent reps that we have, how parents would respond to the use of this. I think that's obviously another issue, another concern, right? But wow, thank you. But I do think we need to have some collaboration with the other team, with the team, because they're going out statewide making presentations on the new template. And I know it's in the process or will be in the process of being digitized. So there's that component as well. So, but wow, fascinating, really fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It just seems like an enormous amount of work that went into this project. And I agree with Commissioner Graff. I think it can do phenomenal things for everybody. I think the goal of this whole thing would be to save time, right, for teachers mainly. But I was thinking in terms of parents, like, would they be able to plug in, I guess it would be like assessments into something like this, and then they can kind of see for themselves, I guess the only concern, and it isn't like a deal breaker or anything like this, I think AI is gonna be the future, or it is. And I think it can be a great tool, definitely, as long as we don't lose any personalization with the student-teacher relationship and things like that. I think the goal would be that the teacher can save time and stress by doing this piece, and that would allow for more time with students, right? But yeah, I think that would just be the only outline thought is, would my kid just be plugged in somewhere and then shot out the results?
Yeah, that's the whole idea behind Journify. How do we help teachers save time such that they can spend more time in direct instruction? And from Union School District, I think the testimonial from the special ed director is that teachers can now spend more time with the student, which we've seen drives outcomes. It is the variable that leads most directly to outcomes. And we also, one more thing to clarify, we don't have a student interface. So this is just educator facing, so that the students do not interact with the product. It just, all the support providers, the entire special ed team uses it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So what would a parent's role be in this? Would it just be to sit and get results? Or would they have some other type of role that they could be involved with?
Yeah, so we're looking into making that more of a two ways. Because right now, you've seen we track all this data and we made it extremely easy for educators to instantly share it with the parents. And in that email template, there's also a section on how the parent can help at home the student based on what's happening in the classroom. But we're looking at how do we get the parent input as another input in the data model, such that we can account for it. So that would involve having a parent interface, which is on our backlog, and we're really actively looking at that. As of now, the starting point was to make it extremely easy and fast to share updates with the parents, but we're definitely looking into bringing the parent perspective as well. Because we hear like there's a huge gap, like the educators don't know what interventions work at home, the parents don't know what interventions work in the classroom, so yeah.
As the other presentations that we had today, that's the $1 million question, is how to get everyone to work together. And I think this tool could help that, but I think the parents can't be on the backlog. They need to be up,
Yeah.
They're going to be key to whether this thing is going to be widely accepted. And I hope that it is. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was wonderful of you coming here to let us know about this great, amazing tool. I'm a school board member in Torrance Unified back in Los Angeles area, and we definitely do have a high burnout rate among special educators, and I hear a lot of complaints about all the paperwork that they have to do and the time away from that being with the students themselves. I'm very interested in looking into this program that you have for our school district. I'll leave it up to my special education director. But may I have your email address? It's not in our presentation online, so it went by really fast on the slide. And I would like to contact you if that's okay.
Please do. Right now on my laptop, it's showing the email address and slide, but
yeah, one of the slides showed it, but yeah, it's not in our slide that we have, but it's on the slide that you have. So
I think now it's showing for you as well.
It went off. It went on, and it's Mara something.
It's Mara at journeyfy-learning.com. Not sure why.
Mara at Journeyfy Learning.
We can also be sure to get contact information out to the commissioners. Yeah.
Would you mind? Yeah, that'd be great.
Not a problem.
Yeah, because I'm very interested in this program. It just looks amazing. It can really help us a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so it's Mara at journeyfy-learning.com, and I think we'll send it after. We'll stay in touch for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, yeah, we've got one last question.
Hi, I have a question. What's in place to make sure like the output given from the AI for each individual student isn't biased or based on like their needs or the backgrounds and culture? Because if the AI is like learning with each student and everything that it's doing, what makes it so the given like information that they give to each student isn't like in any way unintentionally biased or biased?
It's a great question. I'm just trying to. So we have more methods to prevent bias. So on one side, from a technical perspective, we run a lot of testing on our side to ensure that the model is not biased, and we make sure that the data inputs are really widely varied. I was also mentioning that we have an advisory board, and we really co-build the product with teachers. So we have the teachers we co-build with we co-build the product with come from a really wide range of backgrounds in terms of technical ability, in terms of types of students they work with, mild to moderate and extensive support needs, elementary, middle school, and high school. And they all, before we make any AI-related decisions in terms of what models to use, what types of prompts, we have them rate the quality of outputs, and then we make product-informed decisions based on this wide range of feedback from a wide range of educators that work with really diverse types of students' needs and ethnicities, such that we really make sure that we account and we prevent bias. And on top of that, we train teachers. So we have AI literacy modules that we do with teachers, and when they start using Journify, we tell them, hey, everything is editable. Please review everything. There's a huge banner within the product, just in case. We haven't received that. It hasn't happened so far at all. But just in case, if you ever see any trace of bias, there's an edit button for absolutely every single output. And we empower the teachers to review and edit everything. So we do all the prep before shipping anything into the product, but also once it's in the product, the teachers have all the tools to flag it and also to schedule a 15-minute call with any of us in our team directly from within the product if they see anything along those lines.
Thank you. I also had one more question. You said that student data is like safeguarded and whatnot, but then you also said that it was like tracked and kept from like multiple months, but to like say that it's measurable and whatnot. So how is it like completely like safeguarded and like as a student, how do I know that my data is safe even though it's being like measured to be able to help people in the future?
Yeah, so the data is maintained within it's all owned by the school district. So this is their data and it's saved in Microsoft Azure, safe instances in the cloud, and the school owns it and is not retained on the AI side for any amount of time, for instance, OpenAI. So it's maintained within the school's premises for the purpose of helping the teachers make better decisions, because that's the whole idea. We allow you to track data over a long amount of time and make decisions based on that. But it's all owned by the school. They can delete it anytime. From within the admin dashboard as well, the special ed director and the school leaders can control who has access to the data within the school district, delete any data, see all of it. So it's fully owned and managed by the school district. And yes, it's tracked over time, but for their own benefit. And each district has very safe, boundaries, and it's all local to them. It's not mixed across the board. Of course, those are really good questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Graff, as I said, my head is spinning, based on this. So I'm trying to just kind of summarize what this platform does, because it's really synthesizing all the reports and data on a particular student, and then it helps generate levels of performance and goals and objectives out of that. But it doesn't get into, this may be where the IEP team, steps in and based on all of this, then starts to look at the free and appropriate public education, the FAPE, in terms of placement, along the continuum. And of course, we're looking at least restrictive environment. But one of the challenges that has arisen is that the standards for education specialists now are based on levels of support that a that a student needs. So the student who's getting the IEP. So if a student is autistic and meets the diagnostic criteria, you have a continuum. Some need more, higher levels of support. Others have less, need for support. But we're seeing real challenges with districts being able to understand what that means. But Journify doesn't really address that, I don't think. Is that right?
Journify allows teachers to generate interventions based on what we've seen a student has been struggling with in context of each IEP goal. So given all the data that is uploaded by educators per each IEP goal, per domain area, you can see what a student has been struggling with in context of that goal, and you can build interventions to target exactly those areas. And those are heavily personalized based on where the student is, because it's all the student's work that has been accounted for. So I think it does cover that. Does that answer the?
I don't think it goes as far as what I'm really thinking about in terms of, are we talking about, assuming the general ed classroom, that's where all students should become. They're all general ed students, right? They just have an IEP. And then we look at the levels of support that a student requires based on all this information and the conversation with the IEP team. So I'm guessing that your product will help inform the IEP team, who then has to still go ahead and make those other decisions. So your platform really doesn't, do that in that regard.
We intentionally don't do those decisions because we want the special educators who are best equipped and they see the student in the classroom to make all those decisions. So as I was mentioning, we never say this IEP goal was completed, move on to the next. Never say. We show you all the data, we integrate it across all the support providers. You can see how a student is doing, and we suggest evidence-based practices in context of that, but the educator decides how to approach that and what decisions to make based on where the student is. So that's a very intentional decision on our side. And we also portray the data to the district admin, and they can see and they can make their decisions on how to allocate resources based on all these student progress and quality metrics. But again, we never make decisions, and that's very intentional, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We clearly have a lot of interest in this topic, and I just want to share again my appreciation from up here, and I would like to open it up to public comment related to this item in the room first. If there's anyone who'd like to come up and make a comment, ask a question, please do that. And while we're doing that, can we please get the slide with the call-in information? We do have one person in the room who would like to make public comment.
Hello again. Good afternoon. Marcella Chagoya with California Federation of Teachers. As a classroom educator, and my mind is blown too. I have so many questions. But I'm glad that Commissioner Graff brought up some points about AI replacing teachers, right? It is our hope that never happens because artificial intelligence is artificial. However, I'm concerned about, with the shortage of special education teachers, education specialists, that a program like this would be placed on, that the districts would be placing this task on general education teachers because inclusion is now what's happening a lot across the country, that they would place this task of, present levels of performance and, try this intervention or just put it into this program, that they would place that area of expertise that would come from an education specialist on a general education teacher that is not the education specialist. That's not their credential. So that is a concern that I would have for my members across California, and that we're going to be looking at this. Also, I heard our presenters say that it's embedded already in some IEP platforms, if I'm correct. So does it follow like curriculum? Could she answer? And that's it. I'm going to step back. Thank you.
So we integrate with IEP platforms in the sense that we get the students' IEP goals. I was showing the type of data input that we get. And we allow teachers to upload any of the insights from Journify to export and upload back into any IEP system or any other. We integrate, for instance, with Google Classroom as well. You can send assessments, interventions generated directly into these classroom platforms used by the teachers. In terms of curriculum integrations, that's on our backlog, and we're doing lots of exploration and work there. Right now, we do not officially integrate with any curriculum platform, but we have teachers offer information about their curriculums when they generate assessments such that they adjust to curriculum topics. So the teachers can give all that information at generation time, and that's going to be considered as well.
Great, thank you. And of course, make sure to get her contact information if you have other questions for her. Can we display the public comment for callers slide?
Caller ending in 9375. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. You'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Debbie Schneider-Solis. I am a liaison through CTA, and CTA appreciates the opportunities to hear about the latest technologies and how they are being used in education. However, we do caution the use of AI de-skilling or replacing teachers in the workforce. CTA is in the process of researching and the most effective usage of AI by educators. We appreciate the CDE's convening of an AI work group and including educator voice throughout the process. But we're also concerned with companies coming in and trying to sell products that don't work for the best interests of students and educators and encompass the whole child. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are going to be able to move on to our next item, which is going to be a presentation from the High Quality IEPs group, specifically around self-determination framework that they are calling ASCEND, and that's an acronym for Awareness, Skills, Confidence, Exploration, Navigation, and Determination. And we're going to be welcoming Heather DeFede from the project, and she will be joining us virtually.
Thank you, Commissioners. I am going to have our co-director of the High Quality IEPs project, Leo Mapagu, start us off today, but thank you for having us.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. We are excited to be here again today. Our team presented, I think, back in 2004. So thank you for this opportunity for the High Quality Individualized Education Program team present and share information about ASCEND. Ms. Snipes mentioned that ASCEND stands for Awareness, Skills, Confidence, Exploration, Navigation, and Determination. It is a self-determination framework which supports the state's mission to create student-centered, strengths-based IEPs. This framework empowers our students to make informed choices, informed decisions, advocate for themselves, and most certainly take ownership of their own education, employment, and independent living. Next slide, please. The High Quality IEP project is part of California's statewide system of support, led by Heather's East County SELPA, and of course my SELPA here in Santa Clara County. The High Quality IEP project is funded by our state agency partners, the California Department of Education and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. Next slide, please. This is our team. I'm Leo Mapagu. I'm the Executive Director for Santa Clara's Northwest SELPA. Heather DeFede introduced herself. She is the Executive Director for the High Quality IEP project. We also have Dr. Jennifer Yales, the project's Executive Consultant. We also have Noreen Lippincott and Dr. Hinda Nadeeb as the project's program administrators. You see them smiling and waving in the background. Next slide, please. In terms of the vision, in terms of our vision, the High Quality IEP project is really working towards a future where all districts in partnership with families and students, do have the tools that they need, the systems and skilled staff in order to create truly high quality IEPs. It's about building sustainable practices that not only ensure compliance, but we really want to support student growth. At the heart of our vision is equity by removing barriers, fostering belongingness, and making sure students and families really have a voice in the IEP process. And through strong leadership, collaboration, and data-informed decision-making, we are focused on continuous improvement and ultimately helping every student thrive, not just academically, but also in terms of social and emotional areas. Heather,
On
I
the
think
next
slide is
slide,
yours.
you'll see our theory of IEP process. It's really the before, during, and after the IEP meeting is where we started. And over the last 2.5 years, we really worked with our Family Empowerment Center, Exceptional Family Resource Center in San Diego, to add in a place to begin. And we recognize definitely that our students are the center of our IEPs, along with families and our educators. So on the next slide, you'll see that today we're hoping to cover with you a little bit about our grounding of student participation in the IEP through the self-determination framework, as well as share some information about our student-centered design team and our Ascend community of practice. On the next slide, you'll see that when we're talking about student-led or student-centered IEP, oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself there. Thank you. You'll see that we are working with, sorry, my slides went funky. We are grounding ourselves in that research of our student-centered IEP processes. We recognize that based on all of the research, that students who are participating in their IEP process and have a voice in it and agency in their IEP have better post-secondary outcomes. We also know within the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, that the federal law requires that students participate at age 16 and up, traditionally is what we know, even though the law does say earlier when appropriate. And we know in California, we recently had AB 438 go into effect in July that requires that LEAs consider post-secondary goals and services as a student is entering into high school. So in order to get students ready for those legally mandated requirements, we need to start this practice early. And we'll talk about that more on the next slide. And we know that students with disability, with and without disabilities, really need to develop these skills. They can't just show up at that age 16 IEP meeting and to expect to know how to participate in that process. So this framework and the self-determination theory is really laying the groundwork for making sure that our students can become all they are capable of being. On our next slide, we'll talk about the continuum of engagement. So what student-centered IEPs means is different across the age spans and ability levels for our students. And so we really recognize that this is a skill that has grown over time for our students, and what this looks like can vary among each of our students. On the next slide, we really wanted to make sure that we were addressing self-determination theory. And this is where we've grounded our work because we know this is a research-based method of ensuring better outcomes for our students. This is not the same as self-determination through regional center, although they have some similarities where the student is the center of that decision-making. We are really leaning into self-determination theory, and we are teaching these skills is not necessarily about today and the IEP meeting itself. It's building the skills in a safe space for the students, and so that they can have those skills as they are leaving the educational system and making those decisions within their lifetime. On the next slide, you'll see that we're really thinking through to the future. As we're doing our work, we are backwards mapping from that post-secondary outcomes where our students are engaging in employment, education, and independent living. And we're trying to build all of those skills at a very early age. And you'll see as Dr. Jennifer Yales goes through the next slide that we are even starting at the preschool level with these skills. Dr. Yales, on the next slide.
Great, thank you, Heather and Leo, and thank you for having us here today. Wanted to introduce you to our Student-Centered Design Team project. So as a result, and really this is multiple years in the making and continues, and our goal in the end is to create an IEP toolkit for our students. And in doing that, we really have to prepare our educators. So the purpose of the design team was to create a team to work together to grow on and collaborate around student-centered activities that focus on self-determination and student participation. And we gave this opportunity, we really wanted the voices of individuals throughout the state and with a variety of backgrounds in teaching and their experiences in voice too. So we did an all call out to the state and asked for representatives. So on the next slide, you will see our design team. And so these are the members of our design team that participated in a 6-month-long support, it was a little over 6 months, in supporting us. And we're going to talk about what that looked like in creating and reaffirming this Ascend project. And so we had everybody from down south in El Cajon to all the way up north. And I don't know my norths very well, but I know that there was Shasta and Kingsburg. And so we had middle of the state, up and down. And these are our great participants and some of them in our screenshot here. We wanted to share in the next slide some testimonial. And this testimonial is from their the final post-survey of what their experiences was like. And we noticed that a lot of the confidence that came through after participating in this program, first in understanding what self-determination was, because it wasn't a term that most are familiar with. And not only that, but their own self-efficacy around instructional practices around self-determination grew. One, in just a knowledge understanding, but also their confidence in teaching self-determination theory, which we're calling Ascend. So these are just a few of the testimonials, and we actually on the next slide have a one of our teachers. This is Vince on the next slide, and it's a video. So you can go ahead and hopefully, and Vince is a 10th year teacher in San Pasqual High School in Escondido, and he shares his insights and reflections from participating in the design team.
It's been really good. I think the nice thing about the student-centered design team is it's taught me to ask questions that I wouldn't have asked, previously. I think the goal has always been to have students be a more active, to get a more active role in the process of creating an IEP, of going to school, of making decisions. And while we all strive for that, we don't really have tools to make that a reality. And so being part of this program has helped me figure out the best way to bring some autonomy to the process so that students feel like they're empowered to make decisions for themselves.
So that is just one of the testimonials from our teachers. And I want to share on the following slide what we learned as people who, as a team who helped to facilitate this journey. And what we learned is greater understanding of the self-determination theory, that this thing exists, right? This exists, it's deeply researched and proven, and its application in practice. It builds self-awareness and reflection of our own teaching strategies. So how do we incorporate? We already do incorporate. A lot of our teachers already do incorporate this, but being intentional around it and calling it out. For those of us who are, it's not as intuitive as students to pick up on, right? and valid opportunities to learn from one another. So not only are they learning this concept, but they're learning how each other are doing it as well. And we offered coaching, and this coaching was beneficial to them as they shared with us monthly individual one-on-one coaching for each teacher too, to work through the lesson plans that we created and how they adapted it to the variety of students that they work with. And then they learned effective ways to build and embed self-determination into their instructional practices across multiple subjects. So as a result of this, Ascend was born. And the next slide, Ascend actually stands for awareness, self-advocacy, confidence, expression, navigation, and determination. And as we go through the following slides, I'm going to show just a snippet of some of our teachers and how they applied it in the classroom. And know that before we walk into that, before we watch that, there were so many more, so much great experience. But for the sake of time and just showing you a little bit of what it is, we're going to share some how teachers used it in their classroom. So the next slide is Jerry Shumick, and she is a relatively new teacher with just under 3 years in the classroom. She actually is her second career. And as a parent herself of a child with an IEP, she brings a lot of valuable lived experience, right, and insight in her teaching. And so Jerry currently teaches upper elementary in the Cajon Valley. So in this example, she used the High Quality IEPs projects Building on My Strengths worksheet, which is a valuable worksheet, and it's available for students to use, educators, and parents. We have a version for each one. She noticed that it was challenging for her students to simply sit down and just say, okay, like, what are you good at? What are your strengths? And it was a stall. Like they didn't really come to their own. So many struggle to identify their own strengths. And I personally can attest to that myself as well. So much easier to talk about other people, right? So to support them, Jerry adjusted her approach by beginning by modeling that activity in pairs. So each student was able to tell each other what that they were good at. And so this started that ball rolling. And as this positive change, the students were able to return to the worksheet and write or draw their ideas with greater confidence. So one student even used the completed worksheet during that IEP team meeting because Jerry asked, would you like to use and read this to the team? And so they came in and participated by sharing their worksheet with them. And it really led, she said, in her reflection, to a more positive and strength-based tone for the discussion moving forward throughout that meeting. The next example on the next slide for self-advocacy, so that was awareness, and this was self-advocacy. We have KU, who's Kristen Elias. She is an inclusion specialist, and she goes by KU, and she's at Da Vinci Charter Academy in Davis Joint Union and Unified School District. And she supports her students with, this is called the VIP project. And at the start of the school year, students email their teachers and support providers to introduce themselves. So they can provide a short video and contact information. So she was already doing this, but through her participation in the Student-Centered Design Team, KU refined this practice to more intentionally build self-advocacy skills. So moving forward, the students now completed at the end of the school year and in preparation for next school year, allowing them to reflect on their own growth and their own strengths. And she said it requires less prompting and support and more confidence on their part. So they're not running into it in the beginning of the year. They're actually taking it, reflecting on the school year, and preparing for the new school year. So this project idea was really celebrated by the rest of the design team members because we would have collaboration cafes in between our meetings. And several of the other teachers went on to utilize that with their team, with their students. All right, so now moving on to confidence. Here we have teacher KU again. She shared the story of one of her students, who is Angel, and the remarkable confidence he gained after weeks of preparation for the school's Living Museum event. So through this self-determination student-centered design team project, she was able to get more ideas, and it helped And by using his augmentative and alternative communication device, so his AAC device, Angel was able to proudly explain his project at the Living Museum and handed out maps to families and students who visited his booth. Now, confidence was not something that Angel displayed himself or in large crowds was even more difficult. So it took time and practice, but his hard work has really paid off. His enthusiasm was evident, as you can see on his face. And his mother as well. That's the mom in the background, because KU was intentional with including parents in what she was doing in this design team as well. And it actually became a springboard for his growth. So since that event, she has shared that he's continued with his AAC device to give presentations at school. And that's something he hadn't done before. So, and I want to say a heartfelt thank you to KU for her dedication and creating these opportunities. The next slide, for the skill of expression, we're highlighting examples from two educators. So we have Amy Bailey, she's now in her 9th year of teaching, most of which has been an adult transition program with Anderson Union High School District in Shasta County. And Michelle Suarez, who teaches a self-contained 5th and 6th grade classroom in Paris Elementary School District. So to build expressive skills, both teachers invited their students to bring an item from home that held personal meaning to them. And this was a lesson that we brought to them to ask them to go and utilize if they wanted to, if they didn't have another expression activity. So they went out and tried this on their own. The goal was to create a bridge between the student's home environment and that school environment, helping them to feel more comfortable in articulating their thoughts and feelings and stories about something that really mattered to them deeply. So one student that stood out in both those teachers reflecting back is one of the girls in these pictures that she had never wanted to share anything. She didn't want to stand. In fact, when she did share, she whispered. It was very difficult to hear her. But by sharing each day that week, her confidence grew. In fact, in just connecting with the teacher just recently, she says it's just really taken off. More so, maybe she's sharing a lot now. So by the end of that week, she was standing tall and speaking clearly for everyone. And now it's a regular practice and throughout her school day. And that confidence and that ability to express herself has come through. All right, the next slide is the skill of navigation. And we've kind of coined navigation as finding your way, charting your course towards a goal or a destination. And teacher Michelle Suarez once again shares a powerful example of her classroom. And this is another activity that we gave to them as a prompt if they wanted to use for that. And teacher Michelle did. And it's called Circles of Support activity. And she facilitated to help the students recognize those people. So what the goal is in the center, and then just outside of that, the people and the resources around them to help them support their goals, right? We become aware, we learn to make goals, but then we have to learn to navigate through them. And so teaching children and our students that there are people here that can help us. There are resources. How do we identify them in a systematic way? Lay them out. So you can see the diversity of her learning. She had that 5th and 6th self-contained class. You can see that reflected in the work. So on the left, the student was preparing to transition to middle school and she wanted to make friends when she went. So that was how she laid out her map. And then the one on the right was a student who wanted to learn to type 10 words a minute. These activities help students reflect on what mattered to them while learning how to identify and navigate the relationships, the supports, those resources and opportunities that can help them to get there. And so the next slide, finally, we come to determination. And this is from Elizabeth Valverde, and she's a special education coordinator and resource teacher at Kingsford High School in Fresno County. So we're at the middle now. She shares a powerful example of her student Aiden, his persistence and determination. Rather than explaining this, you just need to watch this video because it truly speaks for itself and it's so cute.
Hey Aiden, tell me what you just did.
What I did was made my first call, and I'm really confident.
What was the call for?
The call was for my really college, and that was my first call I made on my own.
Your mom usually calls for you? Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I feel like my genius is a little too overwhelming.
It's a little overwhelming. Yeah. I'm really proud of you. That's
Yeah.
really cool. So what's next?
So what's next for me is college and then maybe a university.
All right. Thank you for letting me videotape you.
So we have a ton of these video testimonials from the students and from the teachers. And as you can see, Aiden and his teacher, well, their genius is just so overwhelming, right? They're just so much. All right, so the next slide is, so what do? We tested this out, we researched, we tested it out, and now we need to scale it up. Because what we did, like I said in the beginning, what we really learned was teachers need access to this information. They need to know it themselves, and they need to be able to understand it within themselves and what it means to them in order to teach that to their students. And so we have created, the next slide you can see, we started a community of practice, an Ascend community of practice. So in addition to what teachers gained through their participation in the student-centered design team, the high quality IEP team learned a great deal as well. And one of our biggest takeaways was recognizing that as educators and parents, we are still growing in our understanding and our self-efficacy around self-determination. And its critical role, and it supports students with IEPs. So with the insight and partnership of this design team, who is taking a role in helping us to do this as well, we felt it was important to continue this learning journey and leading to the creation of our Ascend Community of Practice. So registration for this event can be found on our website at highqualityieps.net. on our events tab on the upper right-hand side. And so we invite all the educators to come and continue the learning with us to empower our students to advocate for themselves and take ownership of their learning and post-secondary goals. And so this is a one-time registration, and you can come and go as you please. So in addition to the workshop about teaching what each letter is in this Ascend framework, then we have collaboration cafes in between where educators can partner together and talk about what they did and what they learned from it and, you know, their own take and reflection on it. And that's when the student-centered design team members will come and talk about their experience as well. All right, so on the next slide, we would love for you to join our contact. We are a small group and fairly new, small team and fairly new in this, in the grant life. And so anytime that you want to stay in contact with us, you can fill out our contact sheet and get on our listserv. And so anytime then we release a new resource or training, then this is where we will email our contacts people. And then following that, on the next slide, we have our social media handles, another way to get in contact with our resources and tools and find out what's going on. So we're trying to keep steady at that. And anytime we can spread out awareness about the project and our partner projects as well and our resources, we are trying it all. Finally, I want to thank everyone and our team for being here today and this opportunity to share this exciting news and development.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yales, for joining us today, and to the rest of your team for joining us. I highly recommend following High Quality IEPs on socials. Not only do they have an incredible array of resources, they're highly, highly entertaining. Their team is very much up on trends. So I just want to show my appreciation. Thank you so much for being here with us, and I'm going to open it up to questions. And I see Hamilton, Commissioner Hamilton, your hand is up, so we'll start with you.
Wow, I get to go first. Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I always love to see everyone working towards more self-determination for our students, and I think this is a great framework. I'm curious to know more about the ways in which the design team has or is doing to train teachers and ensuring they include all students, including those with the most significant support needs, and making sure that those students also have the opportunity to participate in self-determination and self-advocacy around their IEPs and beyond.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. We intentionally cultivated the student-centered design team with a variety of teachers across grade levels and teaching experiences, where they were supporting students with mild to moderate support needs or extensive support needs. And you just saw a smattering of examples today, but we do have examples through not only the age spans, but the support needs of all students. So our student-centered design team helped inform our practices, and then through our community of practice, it is open to all teachers, regardless of what they teach, what subjects they teach, or what grade levels they teach. And we're hopeful that we'll have many join us to learn. The student-centered design team has completed their task, and now it's on to our team to continue to train the teachers throughout the state on the student-centered design team practices and frameworks.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments or questions?
Commissioner Graff, thank you all so much for the presentation. I was on the design team, and it's just wonderful to see sort of the next steps that you all have included, especially regarding self-determination. So it's exciting, and thank you, and just keep up the great work.
Thank you, Commissioner Graff. We are trying to prime the field for some of the themes that we saw in the IEP work group and the IEP expert panel of student-centered, strengths-based, assets-based IEPs. And so this is another way of doing that and creating that student-centered framework for our students to participate in the IEP process.
Commissioner Scott, thank you so much for this presentation. I think it's, like you said, it should start as early as possible so students are aware that they can, help in guiding their future and what they need to do, especially in middle school where kids are uncertain of themselves and they have very challenging behavior. I think participating in the IEP process would be beneficial and give them something to work towards and making them feel like they're in control. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we agree. We've even presented at the California Early Childhood Special Ed Conference, or CalExE conference, last week. One of our team members, Noreen Rodriguez-Lippincott, presented with a preschool teacher from Upland Joint Unified, Vanessa Espinoza, and they presented on how to incorporate self-determination theory and the ASCEND framework at the preschool level. So we definitely agree to start early.
Thank you so much for your thoughtful, wonderful presentation. It just highlighted for me as a parent, sometimes we can do too much for our kids, and that's where the partnership comes in, and the way you guys recognized and put into practice having the students do things for themselves. I mean, it just seems very obvious, but sometimes it isn't. So it was just wonderful to see that in action and just the pure joy on students' faces for being able to do things for themselves. So thank you.
I wanted to add that as a parent of a 20-year-old who has autism, the amount that I have learned, and I've been in the field for 25 years, and no shame, no blame, but I did tell my son he has autism, and unfortunately or fortunately, he should have known this way before, and the way his brain works and the way things. So I myself have learned a lot in this, and the importance of bringing parents along. And we are cognizant of that. And we want to make sure that as we're developing this year, our parent IEP toolkit, that this is in there, and the testimonials, the experiences, and the ways that our families can learn about this in home, and also help bring this along for their students as well, and the importance of it. Because we as parents don't know that either, and all the time, right? Personally speaking.
Okay, moving to public comment related to this item in the room. If there is anyone in the room right now who would like to make a comment, please come up.
I'm Kara Shikoski. I'm representing SECO today. We've had the fortunate opportunity to have the High Quality IEP project present for us in our SECO meetings, and several of us in our county offices are actually working with them as well. We see this idea as transformational, and we feel very fortunate that the project is cultivating this idea through the community of practice, who check-ins with us, who are working with them, and we just have really high hopes and high expectations for the high quality IEP and all the ideas for the students to have a more vested interest in their own education. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Marcela Chagoya, California Federation of Teachers. Wow, this whole agenda today spoke to me. I've been here a couple of times. This last piece, as a middle school teacher of 25 years, I teach my special day class students what an IEP is. They do not come, the sixth graders, I understand. 7th and 8th graders, a lot of them have never been to an IEP meeting. So I took it upon myself many years ago to actually teach what an IEP is. I display it. I show them, I tell them what, teach them what a present level of performance is. And so I also advise parents when we have an IEP and their child is not there, if they would like their child to be there and why. I firmly believe that middle school for any child is where you catch them. Where you catch them and when you instill in them a love of learning, because high school is where you might lose them. And for our special education students, it's super important that they know the IEP process. My kids know when I'm the case manager and I step into an IEP meeting, they know they're the rock star. They know that we are there, the entire team, for them, for their benefit. And when my 8th graders, I get to keep my kids for 3 years, when my 8th graders go into an IEP meeting, they are so empowered because they know what a PLP is. They know what a goal is, and they know what they've been working towards. So as an advisory commission, this is something that I've seen works in the classroom. It goes on into high school. A lot of my students keep in touch with me. It's a blessing. And something like this should be an ongoing endeavor for all of our students with IEPs, because I firmly believe that if they know what they're working towards, if they see it in black and white in paper, if they're a participant in their education plan, it's only going to make them that much stronger in high school and encourage them and push them forward onto post 12th grade. So I would love for this commission to just keep that in mind, and hopefully we can do something with this that is established across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more public comment in the room, we've displayed the public comment slide for anyone who would like to now call in. And the number again is 717-908-1926 with a participant access code 1166083 followed by the pound sign. We'll give a pause for anyone to call in. Okay, seeing no callers, we are going to move into a brief break. We had 15 minutes on this. We did run a little bit later, so we're going to go for 10 minutes so that we can come back and be on time for item 6, which is the CDE Annual Performance Report and State Performance Plan. So we will see you again in 10 minutes. All right, we're back from our break and we are welcoming the CDE team to share our annual performance report and state performance plan. Turning it over to you.
Good afternoon. Does the sound okay? It's hard to tell here if the mic is working or not. Normally I would probably well, actually I lied. Let me start with introductions. My name is Nora Perella and I'm a consultant in the Policy and Initiatives Office in the Special Education Division.
I'm Joe Whitehair. I'm a consultant in the Office of Monitoring Data and LEA Support.
And we're here today to talk about the annual performance report, or the APR, which will be submitted in February of next year. And normally I would probably have made a quip around being a post-lunch, end-of-day data presentation, which would probably bore all of you and be, a little heavyweight in the day. But I actually think that this is a perfect place to end. And then Denise, correct me if I'm wrong, if we're actually not the last presentation. But I think there's been so many great presentations today that really have shown the work that is being done in our state for our students. And so I really think that this is a perfect place to end, to now look at the data about what California is doing for our students and what the story is of our students. Next month celebrates 50 years since the passage of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and it's 50 years since children with disabilities were entitled to a free and appropriate public education. And each data point reflects a moment in California's ongoing story of inclusion, and each indicator becomes a chapter in that story, showing how we discover and support and empower our students with disabilities from early intervention through adulthood. To celebrate that milestone, I was a history major, so I had to put a little bit of history into my slides today. In 1975, President Gerald Ford signed into law the Education for All Handicapped Children Act, which guaranteed for the first time that all children with disabilities had the right to a free and appropriate public education. Before EHA's enactment, the fate of many individuals with disabilities was not structured for success. Many individuals lived in state institutions, and in these restrictive settings were merely accommodated rather than assessed and educated. Furthermore, families were not involved in that process and were not given the opportunity to make those decisions or placement decisions regarding their child. In 1990, the reauthorization of this act changed the name to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which is how we know it today. Part of IDA requires that each state develops a state performance plan, or the SPP, and then the annual performance report is an annual report that lets OSEP know how we are doing in that plan. How are the students, let me back up, how the outcomes of our students with disabilities against that plan are performing. Each state is required to submit an SPP every 6 years, and the annual performance annual performance report, I'm going to combine those two things, all presentation, is annual.
So our data tells a story, one of commitment, growth, and the continued work we have ahead. The APR includes 18 indicators, 11 performance indicators that measure the student outcomes, and 6 indicators that measure compliance with requirements of the IDEA. The APR is California's report card on how we are serving students with disabilities. Each indicator is a page that reflects progress, equity, and inclusion. IDEA opened doors in 1975. This year's APR marks our state's latest chapter in that shared legacy.
Our story starts with who we serve. Enrollment trends in California have shown the growing diversity and reach of special education, but most importantly, each number is a student, and each student's story begins here. This chart here shows that the students with disabilities population has continued to grow and grow over the last 10 years, while the general education and general enrollment has declined over the last 10 years. As you can see on this chart, 14% of all students are students with disabilities. This continues to show the need for resources, state investments, statewide support for LEAs, and professional development for educators, paraprofessionals, and administrators. This also shows the need to think outside the box when it comes to solving the complex issues that face our population. And this chart here is just a visual representation of the previous chart that just shows that we keep increasing every year. There was a slight dip during the first 2 years of COVID, but on average, our population increases around 20 to 25,000 students year to year. The local control funding formula in 2013 fundamentally changed how California funds schools. The previous funding streams had been in place for over 40 years, and this new, well, it's been in place, it's not quite new, but newer funding streams allow more local control on how to improve outcomes for students. Part of LCFF are the supplemental funding based on unduplicated student counts, and these three categories are socioeconomically disadvantaged students, foster youth, and English language learners. At the time, there was concern that students with disabilities was not a specifically called out category, but as these pie charts show, students with disabilities are in each of these categories. So all of the efforts and work for these three categories, you are also affecting the outcomes for students with IEPs. These percentages stay relatively flat year to year. Socioeconomically disadvantaged students stays around 16%. English language learners stays around 17%. Foster youth is the only one that we've seen grow a little bit. Several years ago, it stayed around 30 to 31%, and over the last several years, it's creeped up incrementally now at 34%. I'm sure many of you may have seen this slide before in our director's reports, but I think it's helpful to give perspective to the data that we're about to dive into and some of the data that we've walked through already. California is a large state. As you see here on the slide, there are more students with disabilities in the state of California than there are in entire state populations for the four smallest states that we have. That is, it's easy to forget that each number is a student when you have a population that large, especially at CDE where the work and decisions are at such a high level and have to be statewide. But I believe our mission and vision bring us back to the root of the work, that each student is a story. And the next chapter of our story in IDEA is finding every student. So to start off, looking at some of these indicators, we won't go through every one, we've highlighted just a few, but starting with every story, and every student's story starts ensuring that no one is missed. So indicator 11 measures how timely California identifies and evaluates students with disabilities, ensuring that they are found and heard. The target is 100% of children are evaluated within 60 days of receiving parental consent. You'll see here that our result went down just slightly, 93.95%, but let's dig into that a little bit more. As you can see, COVID did affect some of our numbers in 2021, but we still completed those evaluations within 60 days, and currently we are at some of the highest numbers we have seen in the last 5 years. Again, we had a slight dip in our percentage, but as you can see, the total number of students with parental consent also decreased. Before we move on, let's quickly look at the rest of the compliance indicators. These are targets that are set by the U.S. Department of Education, and for the compliance indicators, they are set at either 0% or 100%. Indicator 4B is lag year data. We do have a little bit of an increase in that, but that is representative of students returning to in-person instruction. So it's a little bit of a year-to-year fluctuation. Indicators 9, 10, and 11 also see year-to-year fluctuation. There was a slight decrease in indicator 12, mostly accounted for an increase in overall population. Same with indicator 13. The increase is a combination of year-to-year fluctuation as well as increased training and LEA support. Indicator 18, which looks at our general supervision and non-compliance counts, is currently unavailable because that data is still being collected. The early years shape the rest of the story for a young child. Research shows that when preschool-age children are served in the least restrictive environment with their peers, they are more likely to also be in the least restrictive setting with their general education peers in elementary school and beyond. The Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP, changed the measurement for Indicator 6 several years ago to exclude 5-year-olds in kindergarten. They had previously been counted in this indicator, and CDE expected to see quite a big shift after the removal of those students. Over the last few years, our results have rebounded from that calculation change, and while we are not meeting all of our targets within Indicator 6, we have made significant improvements from last year. For Indicator 6A, which looks at students who are attending a regular preschool or early childhood program and receiving the majority of their services in that program, 30%, or almost 1 in 3 students, is counted in 6A. That is over 5% increase or improvement from last year. This data here shows just what I'm talking about with that calculation change. The removal of those kindergartners dropped our overall population for this indicator, almost 20,000 students. Over the years, we've slowly rebounded and caught up a little bit, but not quite to what the numbers in that population were before. And this is due to the expansion of TK, to the expansion and millions that California has invested in universal preschool, coupled with the work that is being done around preschool inclusion. And just to go into what that shift and what that change looks like from last year to this year, we have more students within Indicator 6 than we had previously. We also have that 5% increase in 6A represents more than 3,500 students. And I think that's what really is important when we look at data like this, and again, especially in a state like California where the numbers are big, that 5% is a big shift. We don't typically see a shift like that in any other indicator, and it represents a big number. 3,500 students is a lot, especially when the overall population for that indicator only grew about 2,000. So we're seeing not just oh, there's more students in the indicator, so they're all getting shifted into 6A and where they're receiving the majority of their services, but there are students who are already in that indicator who are also now being shifted into 6A. And I think that's an important distinction. 6B and C, we see year-to-year fluctuations, and especially in 6C, which is the home environment, that is coming down to what we would consider pre-COVID levels. During COVID, more and more families opted to have their children receive services in the home, and so that number had tripled to what it had been prior to COVID, and so now we are seeing that number come down significantly. On this chart, as you can see, it's almost half of what it was just from the previous year. Inclusion is the heart of California's theory of action for improved outcomes for students, and each classroom represents a page in that story of equity, and the least restrictive environment setting symbolizes more than just an inclusive learning environment, but it's students learning together, sharing experiences, and having a sense of belonging and community. Indicator 5, which is the least restrictive environment for school-age children, we don't meet all of the indicators within or all of the targets within this indicator, but we are moving forward, and progress, though small, is still progress forward, and I think that's really important to note here. And again, let me move on to the next slide. There are more than 25,000 students in this calculation than the prior year. There are also 25,000 more students in Indicator 5A. So there's more than that 1.22% that you saw on the previous slide, which is the percent change from the previous year, again, that 1%, while it looks small on paper, represents 25,000 students. And I think, again, that's important to note that, again, a state the size of California, where the numbers are really big, percentages don't tell the whole story. It's important to look at data like this to understand the impact behind the work. Indicators 5B and 5C stayed relatively flat and are trending the way that we would like to see them. Moving on to our next chapter in the story of IDEA, graduation and new beginnings. Each diploma marks both an ending and a beginning and is a moment of transformation. Indicator 1, which is graduation, is a one-year calculation, meaning it looks at the percentage of students who exited special education in 1 year and how many of those students graduated with a regular high school diploma. This is different than the graduation indicator that is on the dashboard. The dashboard looks at students who graduate within 4 or 5 years of starting their 9th grade, which tells a more stable and comprehensive story. As you can see, we are not meeting the target for indicator 1, but again, looking at the percentages is just a piece of the puzzle and not the whole picture. So comparing 24-25 to the previous year, there are far more students who exited this year, and because of the overall increase in exiters, the indicator dropped by 3%. But if we look at the number of graduates, California actually graduated more students with a regular high school diploma than it did the previous year. But what could potentially tell the whole story for our students? Right now, California has more pathways to a diploma than it ever has before. We have a few different pathways represented on this slide. We have the alternate pathway to a diploma. This is a flexibility allowed through ESSA, which is now available for all students with disabilities who are eligible to take the California Alternate Assessment and complete state standards aligned coursework. Just to note here that this pathway will not impact the data in indicator 1, although it may impact the dashboard data. The middle track here in orange is the newest pathway that will be available for students. California is wrapping up resources, coursework, and performance tasks for students to show proficiency for graduation requirements. And more information on this can be found on our CalTan website. And this pathway could impact our indicator 1 data. And lastly, the certificate of completion is still an option for students. And these are all in addition to the diploma route that currently exists as well. Our goal is to empower every student to write their next chapter of success and what is the continuation of their story after they leave school. Indicator 14, which is post-secondary outcomes, measures and tries to capture what our students are doing within 1 year of leaving school. Indicator 14A is capturing how many are enrolled in post-secondary school. 14B is are students competitively employed or enrolled in post-secondary school, and then 14C is measuring if students are competitively employed, enrolled in some type of post-secondary school, or both. Again, this indicator is a little bit of a mixed bag of results, meeting one but not all of 3 parts of this indicator. We see increases in 14A and 14C, but 14B stays relatively flat. This is an indicator where we may see changes in the data with the new options for the diploma. A high school diploma will open doors for our students for post-secondary school, being competitively employed, or being enrolled in another type of post-secondary education. By providing more opportunity for our students with disabilities beyond high school, it drives home the bottom line of our work, that everything we do to improve outcomes for students with disabilities, we want our students to finish their education journey, turn the page of their own story, and have a fulfilling adulthood. So before we finish this chapter, I'll go through the rest of the performance indicators. And performance indicators targets are set by CDE. This is done through a stakeholder group, and were presented to the board in November of 2020. We are anticipating setting new targets for the state performance plan in the next couple of years And when we have more information regarding that, we'll come back to the commission and share that information. But let me go through these performance indicators right now. Indicators 1, 2, and 4A are lag year data. We do not have indicators for 3, which is statewide assessment, or 7, which is preschool assessment, as that data is not yet available until early winter. Most of these on this page are just year-to-year fluctuations that we've seen here, and we went through a couple, or most of the indicators on this slide we just went through. Again, indicator 7, we don't have the data yet. For indicators 8, 14, 15, and 16, we see mostly year-to-year fluctuation. Indicator 17 is also not available, as it is based on assessment data, which is, again, not yet finalized. So what is our next chapter? We will present the APR to the State Board of Education in January, and once approved, we will submit to the Office of Special Education Programs by February 1st, 2026. California's story is still being written through data, through collaboration, and shared commitment. Together, we improve systems and outcomes for every learner, and the APR is truly a living story, written collectively by educators, families, and communities across California.
So before we close out our story of our APR work, we wanted to just take a moment to talk about how the APR fits into the bigger picture of the work we do here. The agencies listed on the slide are CDE partners within the statewide systems of support. These partners help LEAs in their efforts to close those opportunity gaps and improve student outcomes. They help change the story for the LEAs struggling to meet key indicators, particularly those indicators that we look at in our compliance and improvement monitoring, which are the performance indicators, placement, assessment, graduation. We also look at disproportionality. And through our compliance and improvement monitoring process, those lowest performing LEAs in those areas are assigned TA providers, that some of them on this slide, that then help them look at their data at the local level. They look at root causes that's causing their struggles, and then they develop a plan of action that helps them improve those outcomes for students. Those outcomes then improve their local APRs, which then connects ultimately in improving our APR that we have reported on today. Another way that our TA partners connect with us as an example on this page is our annual performance report. Our flyers that have been created by System Improvement Leads and Seeds of Partnership. These are for parents and families to give them the opportunity to understand the data that we report on, as well as provide feedback on what they're able to read and what they see.
And these are currently live as well. So right now we're working on having them posted to the CDE website, but they are live on the Seeds of Partnership website. So if these slides have been made available to the commission, that link is where it says here. You can actually click that and it will take you to the indicator handouts and the feedback forms. 50 years of IDEA have opened doors for millions of students and families, and the next 50 will define how we realize the full potential of every student with a disability in California. That is our presentation on the annual performance report. We are happy to answer any questions. I do believe this is also an action item for the commission, and so I think at the end of discussion, there will probably be a vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I I just have to show appreciation for presenting this in a storytelling format. I think that it calls out the importance of recognizing that data is kind of the foundation of how we have these conversations, but there's so much more to the story. And by elevating that here, I think you're modeling how we can elevate that through our technical assistance projects, but also just in general down to the teacher level. Like there's so much more than the data. The data is important and it has to be accurate and it needs to be timely. But those story pieces that add to it are how we can really see the impact that we're making across the state. And so I appreciate you presenting in that format, and I'd like to open it up to questions and comments here. And we'll start with Commissioner Graff.
Yes, and yeah, Commissioner Graff and I second what you said in terms of the storytelling. I think, understanding the context and sort of in a more of a narrative fashion, I think it brings the data alive, in a way that we haven't seen, before. But I've got two questions. Has the department started to investigate why we have such an increase in students with disabilities being identified? And this is not unique to California, I just have to say. I mean, this is an international trend, actually. But why here in California? And has the department disaggregated the data by disability category? Because, you hear in the press about, students with autism, it's a crisis, it's a, all of that. Do we have the data as to which groups of students we're seeing this significant increase in and why we have an increase? So that's one question, and then I'll follow up with another quickly.
To my knowledge, I don't think we've looked as a department or done any kind of like investigation around the increase. I think it's twofold. I think the percentage, if you're looking at percentages, the percentage is increasing because our overall enrollment is declining, but our identified students with disabilities is increasing, and that could be due to a lot of factors. And like you said, not unique necessarily to California, right? So I think it's the combination of the two, which is attributing to the growth. And to answer your question around disability, yes, we do have that data. It's not included in this slide, I apologize, or in this presentation, I apologize. It's most likely something that will be presented to the State Board of Education, and happy to get that information to the commission as well. Without having exact data in front of me, I do know that some of the top categories of disability tend to be autism, speech and language impairment, and specific learning disability tend to be the top three. And that's been consistent probably over the last 10 to 15 years. In which order are those, 1, 2, and 3? They might swap around a little bit, but that's remained consistent.
Okay, yeah, I think it'd be helpful, for us to see that data, at some point, and to look at trends. And is it better diagnostic, tools and assessment? Is it early identification? I mean, we have to look at it more systemically, I think, to really understand, why we have the increase and then how we go about, responding to that. The second one may be a bit controversial comment, but given the U.S. Department of Education and OSEP, et cetera, I mean, do you anticipate that, this kind of performance review will change, or is California just going to maintain what it's doing regardless of what the federal government says is important? I mean, for example, disproportionality. I mean, that's sort of a controversial topic, right now. So is California going to continue, even if the feds say we don't care about that any longer? So I don't know if you have any information about any of that. But.
Sure. I mean, there are many components of the annual performance report, including disproportionality, that are embedded within IDEA. So unless IDEA is changed, California will continue to do what California does, which is care about our students with disabilities. And so we have no plans to make changes to any of that. If I had a crystal ball, I'd probably buy lotto numbers. But, so unfortunately, I probably can't answer your question to the fullest, only because I wish I knew. But in terms of what we can anticipate the Education Department or OSEP doing, Again, I wish I had more information to share. But there are many components of the annual performance report. Many of the specific indicators like child find, disproportionality, least restrictive environment are within law. And so unless that specifically changes, then California is not going to change our practices. So whether or not specific categories or work falls in or out of favor with the U.S. Department of Education, I think, again, California is going to continue to care about our students with disabilities and care about their outcomes and you know, monitor that in whichever way it needs to be.
Thank you.
Always happy for controversial questions, Commissioner Graff. Thank you.
Thank you Commissioner Michaud. Thank you so much for your presentation today. Super helpful and informative. I have kind of a connected question to Commissioner Graff's first one around the child find indicator. I think as written, it feels maybe more like an initial timelines metric than a child find metric to me. And so I'm wondering if we have any guidance around the, I don't know if it's percentage or number of general education students we should be assessing in a year. And if the, like something around child find is contributing to some of the things that Commissioner Graff was asking about.
In terms of how many students we need to assess, there's no guidance around that. So child find indicator 11 is, you're correct, a timeline indicator. So it's within, 100% of children who receive parental consent are evaluated within 60 days. So it's not necessarily that we're finding 100% of children, or anything like that. I don't know necessarily, there's no guidance that I know of from, the Department of Education around the numbers. There's no quota of children that we need to assess annually or anything like that.
And then for statewide assessment data, it looks like that is not available yet. Can you remind me the timeline for us seeing that data?
Yeah, so that should be available with mid to late December. It will be part of our final annual performance report presentation to the state board in January, as well as our final submission in February. Part of the reason that it is not readily available now is that the U.S. Department of Education actually has the deadline for that to be submitted to them not until mid-December. So that kind of drives some of the availability of the data.
Thank you. And I guess a question for Vice Chair Snipes, is that part of our February meeting usually? Seeing some of the academic data?
Sometimes. Occasionally we'll come back and do like a far quicker brief update, mostly to go over any data that wasn't available during this presentation, and also to answer any questions. Certainly happy to address disability categories, kind of dig a little deeper in demographic data if that's something that the commission is interested in. So it doesn't happen every year, but a lot of times we come back in February to kind of go over any of the data that wasn't available now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate how you brought the history. I almost think all of our interactions should start with that because we have come such a long way. And I know it seems so overwhelming now and so much data and almost like, how do we do this? But I just think every time we go back to where we were and how far we've come, it's just a big help. And I think sometimes that history, it gets lost because it was a long time ago and it shouldn't be. It really should be at the forefront of all the stuff that we do. So thank you for that.
Hi, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. And I agree also, I love that you put it in this story form and putting in history. In regards to specific data under like slide 28, under performance indicator 15, which is resolution session, our target was 44%. The result is 4.6%. Under indicator 16, which is mediation, which is 69% is our target, our result is 77%. So those are significantly low results. And has it always been like that? And what is hindering us from reaching our target that is so much higher than the actual results?
Yeah, so a couple things here. So for these two indicators specifically, this data comes from the Office of Administrative Hearings, which is not a process that CDE is involved in day to day. So we are working on several different processes with them to improve this data. So that has been a conversation the last couple of years in what we can do to work together to see these numbers go up, to see these numbers where we'd like them to be.
Yeah, those significance.
Yeah, and that's another conversation more than happy to have when we come back in February, is dig into a little bit of that and what is the work being done around those two indicators.
Great, thank you.
Okay, it looks like we have our commissioner comments. We can move to public comment on this agenda item. Oh, Hamilton, I'm so sorry. Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I am the parent of a student with a disability, so sometimes I don't have quite the breadth of knowledge about how all this stuff works. And I just have a question about the LRE indicators, because it feels very much like this is being measured based on LRE being a place, but as we know, inclusion is so much more than that. So can you help me understand what is actually being measured, and if it is measuring anything more than where the student is actually placed?
Certainly. So I think for preschool indicator 6, sorry, let me flip to my pages for just a moment. That indicator is measuring if a student is in a regular preschool program and then where they're receiving their services. So if you look at both with indicator 6 and with indicator 5, they're only capturing part of the story. There are other placement settings that we collect as data as a department that aren't being reflected in these two indicators because the U.S. Department of Education doesn't require those pieces of the puzzle as part of the annual performance report. So there's other settings within indicator 6, like a child may be receiving services at a service provider location, things like that aren't being reflected here. For indicator 5, similar situation. I think, I'm sorry, can you repeat part of your question about, you're asking about whether they're being physically served in a specific location, or?
Yeah, I mean, I just was trying to understand a little better what the indicator is actually telling us, because it feels like it's, based on a placement and less about like the inclusion model. And so I'm just trying to differentiate what those numbers actually mean, and if there are other indicators, maybe not on, this federally mandated, that we are tracking that in California.
Yeah, so I think for indicator 5 and 6, they are physical, like where the student is being served, where they are receiving instruction.
Thank you.
Okay, now seeing that commissioner comments and questions are finished, we'd like to invite any members of the public in the room to come up and start lining up if they'd like to make a comment or ask questions related to this agenda item. And while we're waiting for that, if we can get the slide for caller comments. Seeing no public comment in the room, we'll move to caller comments and give a pause for anyone to dial in. Okay, Seeing no callers, we will need to now take some action on this item to approve this report to be moved to the state board, correct? Okay, so if we can, sorry about this, guys. The process is we need to have someone motion and second, correct? Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the APR State Performance Plan report? Motion. In a second?
Second.
Can we get a roll call?
Yes. Vice Chair Snipes,
Yes.
Commissioner Graff,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Michaud,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruiz,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkins.
Yes.
Okay, it's approved. Okay, so we're going to move into the last item of the day, and that is general public comment, which is a time for anyone to come up and make comment on anything that was either on the agenda or not on the agenda. So we'll look in the room first, and I see that we have the caller public comment slide up now. So while we're waiting for anyone in the public in the room to line up, if there is anyone, I will just remind everyone of the dial-in number, 717-908-1926, and the participant access code is 1166083, followed by the pound symbol. We have no public comment in the room, so I'll give a pause for public comment online to dial in. Seeing no general public comment online or on the phone, that concludes day one of our October ACSE meeting. Thank you, everyone, and we will see you back here for day 2 tomorrow morning.